Not that I can think of. I think you did good.
Talar also had a memory, or what he thinks is a memory.
Oh, yeah.
He had a vision. He saw something. But that's it.
Okay. His name is Aaron. That's the one thing. And I didn't do this last time, and that's on me. But Aaron, after like all the kerfuffle with, breaking the curse and stuff, Aaron would have pulled Locke aside. And just said, I'm looking into stuff, and I don't know that this is necessarily related, but Marion Willowfire is in town. And something happened up in Motara. Again, it's a lot of talk behind closed doors, but apparently one of the priests up there trashed a house. I don't know. From what I have heard, I think he's on the run. She's kind of trying to keep things on the like hushed up a little bit. just because it was unexpected. He was a very active member of the clergy. So I don't know if that's anything to do with what you're looking into, but at the very least, it's notable. Have you roll deception? You didn't. Uh, okay. Well, I mean, his passive insight as a cleric is higher than 3. We'll just say. He kind of looks at you. Locke, here's his. I mean, I'm not judging. I didn't know the guy, but you're asking me to trust you here. I feel like this has to go both ways. Hey, well, I mean, you're from Motara, right? So he'd recognize you. Okay, I guess I don't know if he's not a nice person, just be careful. Okay? Because he's at this point desperate. Okay. Keep in touch. Kind of give you a pat on the shoulder. And hop back on his horse and head back to Calic Dimmet. That's okay. My dog is playing with a squeaky toy. It's fine. So, oh no, I like it. Dogs are great. So you guys, I think, spent the night around where the X is. I think at that point it was like that's as far correct. You guys spent the night there, or did you go back out of the farm area and find a different place?
Well, I remember the first night before all this had happened, we had. No. Yeah, we were outside where the X was at first, and then we ended up heading back to meet him. So I think we just stayed there, or did we go back to where we started?
Okay, so that's my fault. I did not move the X. It is moved. All right, this is where y'all are. All right. So I mean, I'm not going to ask what you're doing. You're going to get started. Let's see what the weather's like real quick, though. I will say this. Lyric is fine. Because he has a winter coat. I am going to have everybody roll. It's not a high check, but roll a con save because it is cold. It's in winter. Yep, con save. Talar, you still you don't have to eat, but like it doesn't say anything about you not being affected by weather, does it?
It does not.
Okay, so yeah, so you would then.
Yep, I did.
Just
I mean,
okay.
Coraline tech kinda in a way has fur. Does
Sure,
that
it's
help?
and I mean it's not going to change the fact that you're rolling, but it will affect the DC. Yeah,
Okay.
you're better than these non-hairy people.
Ah, ha, ha. I got a 10.
Okay. Like I said, it's not going to be like a high one anyways, regardless.
Mm.
So who am I missing? No, I'm not missing Lyric because Lyric doesn't have to roll, so I should have 5 people total. 4 people total because one of them isn't here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Indy, you're feeling a little bit chilly today. It is only a very light snow today though. The weather's not awful. It kind of warms up after the previous night. It might be good at some point to grab some cold weather gear. Especially since you're heading to the mountains. But you guys would know there's other like small towns
Okay.
on the way. So yeah, oopsie, I'm on the wrong map.
That's what I'll do then. At some point
Ye-
on the way,
How
I'll
are you
grab
feeling? Out of character, how are you feeling?
okay.
Oh,
It's hanging in there.
okay. All
Yeah,
right.
no, it's all good.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah. All right. That's fine. So I mean, just it's nothing bad, but like you're just feeling a little chilly.
My character gets cold too.
Oh, not yet. Maybe if she doesn't get her act together. And then where are the animals, guys? I should ask this. I know where. I mean, Atlee is just out and about. And so I mean, Caspian has also been mentioned. Is everybody else's animal other than the horses which are being ridden? Where is everybody's various companions?
Caspian is in my jacket, like with his head poking out.
I was gonna tell you that he was, yes.
Yeah,
you have basically a little bit of extra around the middle, but it's not you. Yes.
Can anyone else hear him? I can't hear him.
You might want to turn him
My
up. I wonder
volume
if maybe.
forms. Oh, it's all the way up.
Oh.
Eric,
Am I
can you
really
say something?
quiet or something?
Yeah, you sound really far away. That's all right.
You
weird.
could just be congested though. If Lyric, if you bump yourself up a little bit, can you do that on your end, and then the rest of us can turn you down?
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Sorry.
How dare you be sick?
I know that's how I feel too.
Oh. Yeah, no, I got towards the end of the school year, I got sick and I had to get out. And then everyone had masks on, so I couldn't read lips to like help myself. And I was so congested, I couldn't understand my students. I would constantly have to have them repeat themselves. And I felt like an idiot.
Aw.
I'm like, I'm not deaf, I'm just sick.
Yeah, this one's been hanging in for like 2 weeks. I'm just like, go away.
Oh,
So,
zinc.
Essentially. Yeah.
Zinc is good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So what about like where's Nibbler? I'm assuming, Locke, that most of yours are necklace.
Yeah. Most of them. I think
What about Timothy?
Timothy is definitely the necklace in this weather.
River.
Yeah, I think is out so he can. Well, it's daytime. No, Zob will be the one who's out.
Okay. Zob is like
Uh,
having a little space heater. Zob and Caspian are pretty. Zob maybe slightly better than Caspian because he's abyssal, but like it's kind of like having your own little space heater going on there. And then Philip is in at the moment, but he'll pop out at night. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
And Nibbler will be hanging out with me.
He is also. You also have like a little. I mean, it's not a baby Bjorn, but it might as well be because he's.
Oh, I
chilly
should have
as
gotten
well,
a
so
baby
he's-
jacket.
I mean, well, he's tucked under a jacket to keep himself warmer. Like it's not bad because he
If I
also has
bought him
fur.
a baby jacket. Could I put that on him?
You could, I mean, you could commission a jacket. They could find something that was approximately the right size and just modify it.
Get him a winter
Um,
jacket with monkeys on it.
Oh my gosh. Or you might, here's the thing. As much as I'm looking forward to the point where all of your unicorn horse headgear and like monkey jackets on monkeys happens, probably maybe not when you're in a hurry. This might be a problem
That's
for
true.
future you. All right. So animals accounted for. We got Zob out, we got Caspian out, we got Nibbler out. Everybody else is, and then Atlee, but Atlee does not need to make a con save. Yeah, I would have been worried about Timothy. We good. Oh my. All right. Okay, so we're heading off. I feel like I change this every time. Still finding one that I want to stick with, or maybe never I'll find one. Can I have somebody roll a D100 for the morning? Okay. 14. Okay, give me a second to find this. Oh. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. You guys you travel through the morning. Hang on, give me 1 second here. All right. That's not what I want. Wrong thing. All right. You get travel through the morning. You have leftovers from the night before for breakfast. There's a light snow and it's not super bad, but it's actually really it's pretty out now. Like it's not gross and rainy anymore. Any of the whatever was going on last night is kind of cleared off. It was just like kind of a flash storm. And as you are what did I do? I hit a thing I didn't mean to. As you are as it kind of hits around noon, you see in the distance approaching you, heading in the opposite direction down the road, a horse, a couple horses, hitched up to actually a sleigh. Somebody was maybe slightly more prepared for the cold weather than you guys were. There's just piles of something in the back. Everything's kind of tied down so it doesn't fall off. And it's hard to see the person driving it because they're in like a big kind of fluffy looking like it's a leather jacket but like with the wool lining or the fur lining. And it's also a far away, but as they are kind of moving towards you, you guys hear the jingle of bells. And you see that like tied onto the part of the harness that's holding the horses, there are just some bells kind of attached. I would like for, let's see, Talar and Locke. I will let you roll perception. And Corlin. Corlin with advantage. Mm-hmm.
You said perception?
Mm-hmm.
19.
Talar and Corlin. There's something off about these horses. Like, they look like horses, but like the ears are really long and pointy. And the legs are just slightly elongated as well. And the shape of the eyes is kind of like long and narrow and just like a little bit angular. And Corlin specifically, you notice that they're both white, but there is like a iridescent pearlescent sheen to the coat and to the and to the mane and tail.
I may have missed if this was said. Is this a new day?
Yep. I mean, this is the day after you guys spent the night after Aaron came to help Locke. You guys, is there something you wanted to do in the morning? Sorry, that's my fault. I should have asked that first.
I would have just remade the bag of holding and gave it to Locke.
Okay.
So he has a new one. Just using the same infusion slot as I used for the one that we destroyed. I was mostly curious because I wanted to know if I got my spell slots back. I'll just quickly cast Detect Magic.
What's the range on that?
30 feet.
Okay, you can do that when they get closer. At this point, they're pretty far away.
Okay, can I hold action Detect Magic just for when they get in range?
For sure.
They look fucking weird. Like all
They do appear quite strange.
it's
They have
tiny.
pointed ears?
I guess it's because they're far away.
Well, yeah.
Has anyone ever seen horses that look like that?
I don't know if those are horses.
What else could they be?
Some other shit, because I ain't never seen no horse look like this shit.
All right. Talar, yeah, you as you get closer, you can cast Detect Magic.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell you anything about the animals. The animals don't, I mean, because it only detects like spells and active magic effects. So the animals are just whatever they are. They're fancy horses.
Yeah. Visible creature or object that bears magic.
But like, so for example, Talar is a construct. He's not going to come up, I don't believe, with detect magic because that's just what he is, if that makes sense.
I'm okay with that. I think he would, because like animated armors, for instance, are constructs that are magical.
Yeah, but you're like a person. And they are like, I couldn't cast Dispel Magic on you and kill you. You know what I mean? Whereas I could cast Dispel Magic on any other kind of construct that was not a sentient being. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But what does light up is the entire cart. Like all the bags in the back. You sense from them a little bit of, I gotta think about this. Not a little bit, a lot of hang on. I know this. Conjuration magic. And then from the man on the front of the cart, you sense a little bit of, like, significantly less, like conjuration magic from the back of the cart. A lot. Very powerful. And then the man sitting on the front of the cart, illusion magic. I mean, it's still, it's not like a weak spell necessarily, but like less of it, and probably just because he's just a guy. And the back of the cart, there's a lot of stuff going on back there. A lot of conjuration.
Interesting.
I believe. Let me make sure that I'm saying the right thing. Yep, conjuration. Nailed it. And as you guys approach the cart, I mean, like, you're heading in the opposite direction. So he's approaching you, you are also approaching him just because. He kind of waves, like, gestures at you to come over. Like, doesn't say anything. He does not say anything, but he kind of beckons.
Okay. Me in particular, or all of us?
Nope, just at the group.
What do we do?
That's a little funky.
Not often we see
I will.
like person on the road.
A nice. Up. I don't know about that.
Do
I
we
will
know
put
that this
Pat
person
Lee
is
on my
not?
shoulder and get off the cart and go over.
All right. And you see as you go over, hang on. I never remember to open everything. So just Talar and Locke are going over, correct?
I mean, I'll go with them.
Lyric also?
Yeah.
I would make
Okay.
sure that I kind of head up the
Cortland, are you
party.
going?
Just kind of making sure that I'm in front of the others.
Okay.
I'll be in the back.
Okay. We're gonna say, I feel bad because Kirian's not here. He also went, right? Because everyone's going, right? Indy, are you going as well or no?
I'm gonna stay back with the cart, with our cart and our horses,
Okay,
and
that's
and
fair.
watch.
So we'll say Kyrian stays back with you. And as you you all, the rest of you, walk up, Corlin and Lyric, you see an old human man, bald, just it's got like a little bit uh his nose is red from the cold. He's mostly hidden because he's got like a big fluffy jacket on. It's not, again, it's leather on the outside. As all of you go closer, you see the jacket. It's leather. It is fur lined. It just looks like it was taken directly from the animal, but then also just beautifully embroidered. And it doesn't necessarily fit Lyric and Corlin the rest of his shtick. Like, he looks like you could see this guy hanging out at the VFW. It's just kind of an older man. His nose is a little red from the cold. He's bald. But he's got the hood up to kind of keep the top of his head warm, all of his head warm. Talar and Locke, because of your passive investigation, you see that faintly, underneath which you see a glint of golden, narrow, angular eyes, and a little bit of a mischievous grin. He hops down from the cart without saying anything. And he just, Talar, you're in front, he waves you over. And he heads to the back, like where the bags are.
Greetings.
And he kind of taps the tip of his nose. You also see Talar and Locke. Not the round kind of bulbous nose that the other two see. You see just a long, slender, pointy nose. And that's kind of most what you see. It's just a glimpse of the eyes, a little peek of the grin, but everything is mostly like, it's cold. He's got, you know, the big furry hood on. And he reaches into the bag and he hands you a parcel wrapped in brown paper. But yeah, when you say greetings, he just kind of taps his finger on his nose, and then he just digs around in the bag and pulls out a package and hands it to you.
Are you in need of assistance?
He shakes his head no, but offers the package.
I will take the package.
Take the package.
Detect magic lasts for
Mm-hmm.
a minute? Is this giving off magic?
Roll a d6.
Oh wait, no. Detect magic concentration 10 minutes. Okay, d6. Just a d6. Okay.
Yep.
5.
5. It is giving off. Hang on. Divination magic. Just a very, like, gentle divination.
My name is Talar.
He kind of pats you on the arm. And gestures at the package. Gestures at the package.
Would you like me to open this?
He nods.
I will look back. How close am I to my friends here?
That is up to them. Indy's back at the cart, but everybody else.
Open the package, Talar.
Do not open the package.
Open the package, Shala.
No.
I will open the parcel.
Oh my god.
Putting Atlee on the ground just behind my foot, and then open the parcel.
You see a pocket watch. It's very pretty, well made. It has like one of those little like windows up at the top where like as the day passes, the picture at the back rotates so that like right now it's afternoon. There's like a beautifully painted sun in the sky, and then like as the day goes on, the sun would just rotate, and then eventually like a moon would come up. Like I don't know if you've ever seen those in real life. You again with your very high passive perception.
Investigation.
Your investigation is high. You notice like in the picture, the colors are off. It's not normal. Like the sun is real yellow and the grass is real green, and like just everything is like hyper colored, and kind of just elongated and very like whimsically shaped.
I got that last bit from the very start, because I didn't have my notes open. I'm trying to take notes on exactly what this is. Describe it to me one more time, please. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's a pocket watch.
That's
Yep, and it's one of those ones that has like a little like window in the face of the watch where like there's a second watch face that has essentially some kind of scene painted on it, but it rotates throughout the day to be apropos to whatever time of day it is. But you notice that as you're looking, like right now it's noon, so right now like the sun in the sky in the picture is like right in the center essentially, but like the colors are it's hyper saturated, and then like, and it's just beautiful detail, like just very small. Somebody had like one of those little like miniature brushes that has like three hairs, so you can get the details in there. But everything is kind of like elongated and whimsically shaped and just very like intense colors.
And I am getting a magical vibe from this.
Divination.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure this guy is disguising himself in an illusion. Could I?
You know he is.
Yeah. Could I just take a closer glance? I mean, I don't have a face, so he wouldn't know that I'm looking really hard at him.
Sure, you can roll investigation. Your passive investigation's nuts, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not 26.
Oh, okay. Oh, you rolled really well. Yeah. You see, I mean, again, it's obscured not because of the illusion, but because of it's cold, and he's wearing a very fluffy, I can do this. Not fleece, fur-lined jacket. Jeez, guys, the caffeine that I've been riding this day out on just abandoned me. Fur-lined jacket. Yeah, you see the face of what is obviously some kind of fae. You notice that some of what you're seeing up around, like his forehead, isn't fur. It's these very long, kind of feathery eyebrows. You see the pointed nose. You can't see most of the face just because he's, sheltered against the, the weather. But it's very odd.
When it was back in my day, when we'd go down to the corner store, buy a bunch of candy for 5 cents, and Shir Haran was the super cool wizard dude who fucks. Did we know what he looked like? You rolled really well for that, didn't you? I rolled a 26. Or do you mean?
Yeah, back when we were.
Oh,
Or
jeez.
did you roll history, but roll with advantage because you at least rolled enough to know who he was.
23.
He was not a fae. He was not. Like, this is straight up. This is not an elf. This is like.
This is like
Somebody who's-
straight out of.
Yeah, straight out of Compton. Only Compton's the Feywild. Yeah, this is, and he was not. He was Shia Haran was actually he was half elven, but he was not. This is not half elven. This is like all elf.
Okay.
High elf, golden eyes.
Observing the pocket watch, I kind of just like take it out and hold it up for my friends to see. Thank
And
you.
as you do that, you see like it within the elaborate kind of scrollwork decoration. You do see, you can roll Arcana, but you do see stuff that you recognize as being magic runes, kind of woven in there.
15 Arcana.
Okay, this will cast guidance.
This is a very valuable item.
He kind of grins at you and then kind of peeks around behind you at whoever's next in line and waves them forward.
Hello. How are you doing today? It's cold.
From him.
I will give the pocket watch to Atlee and pick him up and move out of the way. Just kind of stand on the side and observe. I want to clock his cart to his ride, his sleigh. I'm just trying to.
Sure.
I'm not entirely sure this isn't contraband, and he's passing it off. This is a very, very common grift, you guys.
You know, Talar, we kind of stole you. You're kind of contraband.
Talar doesn't know that, and no one stole him. He walked out of a place where crimes were being occurred. He knows that for sure. That's the only
Crimes
thing that
were
happened.
being occurred.
That's right. Lyric. He speaks and he kind of like bobs his head in acknowledgement. I mean, and you're still seeing this kind of human man. Looks friendly. Looks like maybe he's had a drink or two. His nose a little red. Does not say anything. But he turns around and kind of digs in the bag and pulls out another brown paper twine wrapped package. Go ahead and roll a d6.
I will say thank you, take it from his hands, and then just begin ripping it open.
Okay.
66. Three.
Okay. Roll a d4.
Three.
Great. As you tear into the package, you hear like clinking sound of, it sounds like something breakable kind of jostling together, and as you open it, you find 3 potions of healing.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
And he smiles and kind of nods and gives you a pat on the shoulder, peeks around behind you.
Come here, Cora. I will grab her arm and pull her forward.
I am not sure what this is, and I am not sure I'm comfortable with it. People just don't come out of nowhere and just give you things.
Well, as you're saying that, he's like digging in his bag.
Could
Comes out with a package.
uh, this is a bit, I will admit, a bit metagamey. I was planning on taking I was over here while I was preparing spells and stuff because it's a new day. I was taking my repeating shot off of the wooden dick because it's time for that to not be a thing anymore.
Aww.
Aw.
I hadn't yet chosen what the new thing was gonna be. I was in the middle of it when this started, so that's why I say it's a little metagamey. You already got the bag of holding for a
No,
lock.
It's my fault, so just go ahead and do it because
Could- Okay, I'll say that I
I
had
rushed through the morning and I should have let you guys do morning stuff, and that's my fault.
then it was a veteran's cane because that's just what Talara was feeling this morning.
Okay.
We'll go back over to the cart and grab that and bring it back over.
Okay.
Just while I'm not going to interrupt everybody else getting, doing whatever they're doing, but I will wait until whatever's happening is done, and then I will offer the cane.
Sure, Corlin, he's offering you a package. Brown paper tied with twine.
Ugh. Just gonna insight check him.
Go ahead and insight check him.
Come here, stupid. Oh, no, that's a nat one. So,
He's hard
okay,
to read. He's hard to read.
she'll begrudgingly take the package.
Go ahead and roll a d6.
1.
Okay. I want you to describe to me. All right, like it's Corlin's birthday. If she could have anything for a birthday meal, what would that be? I want you the whole shebang. What are you having?
A meal?
Yep.
Oh my god, what would Corlin have? Like it's gotta be like stuff that was easily either hunted or foraged that day, and that's what you could have. So like a whole ass roasted boar, like maybe like a parfait with for dessert, like fresh berries from the forest with it, and like vegetables that were found around, or yeah, something like that probably.
All right. You open the package. Hang on. And you, like, as you're opening it, it gets, like, not alarming. Well, I mean, it's up to you whether you're alarmed, but, warmer.
Oh my god, it's a bomb.
Wait, that doesn't get, bombs don't get warmer.
Shit.
And
I mean, kind of.
when they explode, well, yeah, but it happens a lot faster than
Very
that.
quickly.
Yes. Yeah, and you open the package. And as you're opening it, it gets like just like nicely warm. And you look in and you see a a very like country wheat bread, like the good kind of bread that like doesn't cut in very neat slices because it's just got so much bread going on. Sandwich. Within like in which there is a stuffed pot roast, like a big slab of stuffed pot roast that has just all sorts of like potatoes and like green onion and turnips and like a few like really flavorful mushroom, like just all sorts of really good, like good with pot roast vegetables, turnips, parsnips, other root vegetables, with just as you're picking it up to look at it, unless you don't, I don't know, but like you can see there's like some really good gravy kind of just falling off the top, and it is not too hot to eat and not too cold where it would just be a little bit sad. Like it's just a good temperature to eat.
So it's just just in a
It's a
what?
it's a sandwich. It's a sandwich
It's a sandwich.
with like things that Coraline kind of likes to eat.
That's
It
just
wasn't a big.
weird.
It's just weird. He smiles, pats you on the arm, and then like eyes up the bag and gets ready to climb on back in his sleigh.
I will step forward with the better cane. Excuse me.
Hang on. Oh, hang on, Locke, you were up there too. Are you still
Yeah.
there? But then he does not close the bag. Yeah, he's still there. Mhm. All right, he unwraps it. He he grins a very large grin. It's again hard to see because he's kind of surrounded by fur. And then he sticks that in his pocket. And digs in the bag again and pulls out another plain brown paper twine wrapped package. Yep. 3. Okay, roll a d4. You hear the again the clinking of something as you're opening it. You have 3 potions of healing. And then Talar, you come up and do your thing. Sorry, I forgot who all came over. That was my fault.
Yeah. I will offer up the veteran's cane.
Cool. He'll take it. Again, big smile.
I will.
That he does. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. What is his reaction?
I was gonna say he doesn't put it like he sits behind where he would sit on the sleigh, kind of where it won't roll off. And he will get ready to hop back on, but he's not going to walk away if you're going to say something to him.
Well, I was just gonna, as it passes from me to him, I would just say, Zira Vet Crior, and the veteran's cane would turn into a sword and cease to be magical, mostly for mechanical purposes, because I'm not gonna waste an infusion slot on this guy.
On
But-
rando, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a nice little. I mean, it's a cane that turned into a sword. Ta-da! And then I would give him the sword. Let him have the sword.
Yeah, he gives it a couple swings. He seems to be capable of handling, one might say proficient with swords. Like, he's swinging around, but isn't like a kid with a stick, right? He looks like he maybe knows what he's doing.
Who was it that spoke like really refined Old Elvish, by the way? Was that Indy?
Well, Indian
I spoke
and Lyric,
Elvish in general.
yeah, and they would have learned like fancy Elvish. They wouldn't have learned like
Not street Elvish or something, but more like
Yeah, that's right.
normal, like
Fucking
yeah.
street
Upper.
elvish.
Then you would know Talar had said, "Let us fight," and that's what triggered the sword to become, or the veteran to become a sword. The veteran king.
I'll just lean over to Locke and be like, "Oh, what did he say about lettuce?"
Food
I
fight.
don't know. That was a weird dialect. They must be talking about your sandwich. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see, but I turned to Corlin. But this is over voice, so of course you didn't. I'll just be like, Lyric turns to face Corlin. They must be talking about your sandwich.
Didn't say about potatoes, you danguses.
You guys come back, they're like, I don't know. He talked about lettuce and potatoes. I don't know.
Wait, is Indy still like away?
Yeah, I'm over with the cart. I'm watching the
Andy!
animals.
Indy! Come here!
I look
I'll-
at Kyrian, so is Kyrian gonna stay with the horses then?
He'll stay with the horses. He's not here. He
Okay.
has no choice.
Could I lean
I
over?
will slowly approach. Can I do like insight or investigation or something? Like I just want to see if
What
I
do you-
notice
yeah.
anything out of place.
What do you want to? What are you trying to figure out?
Like, does this seem legit or does it seem like something's out of place or weird? Just like anything that doesn't strike me as
so
more
you can
weird than a
choose insight. Means you're kind of trying to divine his motives.
Mhm.
Investigation means
like-
you just be looking at context clues, essentially, like kind of looking over at the cart, looking at the
Gotcha,
animals. Or
I'll do insight then.
okay, go
um,
ahead and roll insight.
Okay.
Sure.
What? Oh,
No, you're fine.
okay. 11.
He's hard to read.
Okay, so I'll slowly
You-
approach.
I was gonna say, what's your passive? Your passive investigation's not anything.
It's 13.
Oh, investigation?
Oh yeah, passive investigation 13.
No, Indy, is that? Oh, you have. That's right. You have proficiency in it. I'm an idiot. I know this.
No, you're good.
That's a new thing that we did. You're
Yes.
fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, insight. What did you roll for insight? Tell me again. I apologize. I got
11.
distracted by the other thing. 11.
That's okay.
Yeah, he's
11.
difficult to read. He looks friendly. He looks like
Okay,
he's
so-
maybe he looks like one of those people who's just constantly on the verge of laughing, but not like at you or anything like that. He just looks like a happy guy.
Okay, so I'll slowly approach, kinda eyeing everybody and him as well.
He winks at you and then
Hello?
he goes and digs in the bag and pulls out a brown paper package with some twine.
I'll slowly take it. And then I'm just gonna ask, what's your name?
He just taps his nose and smiles at you.
Okay, so I'll take it, I'll step back, and then I'll open it.
Okay, roll a con save. I'm just kidding. Roll.
Can I detect good? Can I use my divine sense just
Did
real
you say
quick?
to roll?
I was gonna say something to Coralin.
Mhm.
I'm just waiting
Yeah.
until after this is.
Alright,
Yes, you
looking for
can,
my D6.
Corlin.
There it is.
Okay.
2.
Two. All right, Corlin.
Mm.
That's celestial, fae, fiend, and undead, right?
Just celestial, fiend, and undead.
Okay. He's not celestial. He's not fiend. He's not undead.
Yeah.
Okay.
You. um. All right. You said 2. I can
Yes.
do this. Oh, okay. You open it and you see kind of nestled in there, looking like almost like one of those jars that like homemade jam comes in. Like it's got like a little like swath of fabric on the top, but it's a little jar. In the jar, and then Talar, are you still doing detect magic?
Yeah, I've been concentrating on it this whole time.
Okay. There's some a second here. Some berries. They're not ones that you recognize. You, Talar, it's funny because you scoped this whole thing out before. They look a little bit like golden raspberries. They're like, but they're an interestingly bright yellow. Almost, they're not luminescent, but they look like they could be. Talar, you had this detect magic going, and it's been the same thing. The man is illusion, the bag is conjuration, and then when he handed the box to Indy, nothing. And then as she opens the box, all of a sudden there's just this pop of transmutation.
Do I hear anything like a pop? You know what I mean,
Nope.
or no?
Nope,
Okay.
there wasn't transmutation magic, and then now there definitely is.
Okay, and so it's berries in a jar.
Yep, berries in a jar.
Okay, so
You
I'll
can
just
roll. I'll let
thank
you
him.
roll. Okay, I'll let you roll investigation, Indy.
Okay.
Just because I'm assuming that you're looking at the jar, because that's Indy's thingamajig.
Yes. 15.
So you roll. I would say this: you have 0 training in magic. So you, as you're looking at like the swath of fabric, which is like very beautifully embroidered. It's not like I'm comparing it to like homemade jams with like, some kind of country, plaid whatever in the lid. It's not that. It's got basically it's like a pale blue fabric with like this just beautiful silver embroidery, but you do notice when you're looking at it that even though you don't know what it is, there is some kind of like magical symbols embroidered in the fabric. So there's something about that is magical.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'll just thank him and step back.
I would say Solar, hang on. Transmutation and then evocation, which I'll just say out of character. very annoying to me. It shouldn't be evocation. But should be necromancy, but it can't be because that's the evil one for evil people, and I don't want to terrify you, so it's not. Yeah.
I would have, as Indy was coming over to get her gifts, just said to Corlin, "It might be wise to reciprocate the gift. It is difficult to tell the intentions of a fae."
Do I hear him say that or no?
I wouldn't have said it to you just yet.
No problem.
Well, taking no dumb sandwich. I ain't got anything. You know how you as a fae.
I will explain afterwards.
Man. Fine. She'll walk up to him.
Have you eaten the sandwich at all?
No.
Okay.
She
Good
hasn't
to
eaten.
know.
She hasn't eaten it because she's freaked out by it. It was just a sandwich in a box. It's just weird.
You ordered delivery.
It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Oh no.
It's not delivery, it's death.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a trophy from an animal she's killed, so I'm gonna it's probably a whole bunch of bones or something.
Okay.
Like some tusks.
Okay, like just like the canine teeth, some impressive canine teeth from something. Yeah.
Yes.
He looks very excited when you hand this to him, and he kind of like looks down at his coat and kind of fiddles with it, and then somehow you see that he's got it so it's like dangling off of basically the lapel of his coat. It kind of goes with the aesthetic, right? He's wearing just very practical like leather, and he's nothing fancy other than like the embroidery is impressive, but he seems his clothing other than that seems just very like kind of the stuff that you would be used to people wearing in your life growing up. And he kind of gestures to the sandwich and motions to you to eat, like invites you to eat. He's not demanding it.
Yeah.
But like he's just encouraging, like come on. He doesn't say anything, but he just gestures. You don't have to. But
No, she'll keep eye contact with him and I guess raise it up slowly and take a bite. Tiny bite.
It's really good, Corlin.
Aw, damn.
This reminds you of home. And it is like, it's not like the full roast because pulling a roast out of a box is even weirder than a sandwich in my mind. But it tastes like the better version. And you were around some good cooks. This is like the better version of that. This is elevated. And it's not like fancy either. It's just perfectly made. Right? Like the gravy is like melting in your mouth, and there's like skin on the outside of the roast that's just crispy, and like the vegetables are perfectly seasoned, and the roast is like not overcooked. It's just still got the juices going. It's amazing, and the bread is awesome too. It's kind of like, man, I'm thinking of exactly the bread. There was a farmer's market I used to live by that had the best bread, and it would just like, it was kind of crumbly, but not the way that like, it just didn't hold together like it had tons of.
It's some like some homemade rustic ass like good
Yeah,
bread. For sure.
That. This is like the best sandwich you've ever had. And he kind of claps his hands together. And then, oh jeez, Kyrian. You missed out, Kyrian. That's okay. He climbs back into the sleigh. And waves at you all. I mean, he's not trying to run you over, but assuming that you guys are not in the way, he's gonna keep going. And now that you're closer, like, I would say, like, Talar, you recognize these are not normal horses. Lyric, you and Indy and Lyric, you would both know also just from like Indy being around, you know, officers and just seeing horses all over the place, and just Lyric being, in fact, Lyric, you could roll. I'd let you roll. I'm gonna let you roll a thing. I'll let you roll history or arcana.
They're the same.
Okay, I was gonna say or nature, but I feel like history or arcana would be
They're all the same.
they're all the same. Roll. Now you're
I have
closer.
bad luck with history, so I'm gonna do arcana.
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh no.
That
Well,
one.
there's some pretty horses.
Wow, pretty horses.
Look at the horses. Look at all those chickens.
But pardon me, sir. Before you go, would you be willing to, perhaps, a horse? I mean, my horse is a princess, and I think that they could, with your horse, and they could make some fantastic.
Are you
People
trying
make
to
a-
pimp out your horse?
People make a lot of money that way, Coraline.
Oh my
Trust
god,
me.
you didn't even ask her for her consent.
You're right.
Yeah. I mean, he waves. He waves pleasantly and sort of vaguely ignores you. Indy, but like Indy and Lyric, you guys can both tell that these are some like weird looking horses. Coraline, you know this is not a horse. This is not a regular horse. This is something else. Talar, you would be able to make the appropriate inference. Locke, if you are interested, feel free to roll Arcana or History.
If Locke is interested. If Locke is interested.
Don't strain yourself though. Please don't do it on my
If.
account.
If.
Like,
No,
he's
Locke's
someone
interested.
who's like
He's interested in everything.
well, okay, look at all those chickens. Yeah, I mean, there's something weird about the horses, but you can't quite place it. But like Talar, 100% you know as he's like going away. He's Fae. The horses are Fae. I would say Lyric and Locke, you're a little bit like, they're pretty looking horses. Kind of long, slender legs, skinny little bodies, like weirdly slender for horses, but they appear to be doing just fine. And he continues down the road.
Do you think he wanted anything in return? That was weird, right? Like, you know, I'm
Locke
Yes.
walks away to get on his horse.
well, because like I don't claim to have gotten around that much outside of Calyx Dimit. Does that normally happen to people? Just random.
I also look at Coraline and Locke, and
it is, it shouldn't be.
Like, should we
No,
be worried?
I can't say I've ever had random people. I mean, I've had random people come up to me and try to, peddle, their shit, but not just like give us the silent treatment as they're, handing out shit and then pop a sandwich, it's just weird.
I always
Cool.
subscribe to the nothing's ever free, so yeah, that made me a little nervous. And I didn't get a chance to give him anything either, like you guys did, so we shall see.
I didn't give him anything.
In
Oh.
particular, fey creatures are very well known for pulling practical jokes and or making unsavory deals with mortals.
Fey creatures?
It is as you say, nothing is ever free. Indeed, he was disguised.
That was a dude. That was just a guy.
I was not just a guy.
No, that definitely was not just a guy.
That was a fae? What did he really look like?
He had a long nose and his eyes were glowing, but most of his visage was obscured.
We're able to see it.
Once we were
I
close,
don't think he was Faye, but
Do you Fey?
Did you just say, do you, Faye?
Do you Fey?
I completely ignore him.
Well,
All right.
on the road again, I guess.
All right. We're gonna take a break because I had a very large thing of water to drink. So sharing is caring. I'll be back 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes, guys. Maybe Kyrian will be back. I'm gonna type in the chat so Kyrian knows. Just unless somebody's gonna stay, in which case I won't.
I'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay, all right. So if he hops in, he's not just all by himself for no reason. All right, I'll be back in a second. 10
I'm gonna
minutes if
go.
anyone needs it.
Goes back and we're like, we had a party, white man. Sorry.
You made me desire Chicago style food so much. I'm so glad I have a Polish in my fridge.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm going to go warm it up now.
Chicago food sounds good.
it's so nice to be able to play Nice Lock.
Aqua's always nice, dude.
Yeah, but I didn't get to play like his giving nature.
Sure. All I know is I'm hungry, but I already had dinner now. Okay.
How's everyone doing? How should we?
Pretty uneventful on my end.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Because most of the time, eventful weeks are bad.
He said he'd be home around 6 or 7. I don't know if he meant his time or my time. If he meant his time, then we got another 45 minutes. So we're just gonna keep going. Kyrian casts random Eldritch Blast. That's what warlocks do, right? Eldritch Blast.
Wait, Kyrian kills Santa?
No, 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 no. Just randomly up into the air. Just pew, pew, pew. Like, Wild West. He's a cowboy now.
He's giving Santa fireworks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Who knows?
He went from a pirate to a cowboy.
You'll have to
He's
tell him that he got coal. The rest of us got a
Yeah.
gift, but he got coal.
Yeah. I'm in charge now. He's a cowboy. All right. So you guys keep going. You keep going. Can you make it? You would see it's not depicted on the map, but you make it near. So right about after you've been going for like 8 hours, you see kind of diverging off into the woods a path. Tyrion is not actually. Hang on, let me look and see what his. I never made him make a thing. I'm just gonna see how he's doing. I will give him an opportunity to purchase warm weather gear. I'm not gonna make him make it safe. That's stupid. He's cold. Kyrian has that picture has no shirt on. He's chilly. But I'll let him decide if he wants to get a coat or not. Do
Can
you
I
know that
also,
there's
when we-
some kind
No,
of...
well, the interesting thing is that, I did get him a coat and I am carrying with me a bunch of clothes for him, but I want to wait until he's here to give them to him. So for now, he'll just have to be cold.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I forgot that. Yeah,
But he does
yeah,
have cold weather
clothes.
gear. I have cold weather gear for him.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I forgot. That's my fault.
Is there anything that we passed where I can get some winter clothes?
Well, so that this is like a smaller road to a settlement. You could probably, bop on over and find something, or at the very least, that'd be a place to ask.
Where did you say to ask? I missed the.
Well,
first
you
thing.
guys are right near. If you look on the map, you're right near Selens. I can say my own names.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
I know it doesn't have a thing underneath it. I didn't know you
Oh,
guys would be
fine.
going up this way. I didn't get to that one. I need to fix some of these.
That's okay. So
Shen.
yeah, can I stop in there and try to see if I can get a winter jacket and maybe something for Nibbler that I could find,
Sweetly.
and like a small little something.
Go ahead and we'll say roll investigate. There's got to be a store that has clothing, that has winter clothing, but roll investigation. We'll just see
Okay.
how long this takes you to find. Oh, it's not long. It takes you
17?
that not long. Yeah, you do. You investigate real good.
I'm motivated.
You're a little chilly.
Mhm.
Hang on. So stupid. I gotta name these less dumb
I
things.
just say I think I'm really hungry because I looked at MAR over on the right hand side and all I saw was McDonald's for a second for no random reason.
Oh no.
And oh my god, nope, that's not even close.
So you are able to find, you are able to find a clothier.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get 2 jackets. I want to get one that's bigger, obviously, than my size, maybe for a guy. That way, when we find Gene, I can give him a jacket.
They're so smart. Okay. You rolled really well.
Do I need boots if we're gonna be going anywhere in the snow, or would I be just already whatever I'm wearing that wise be okay? I don't know how far into it we're gonna go, like for needing clothing.
I mean, it's up to you. If you want boots, they would also have boots here.
Hold on a second, let me see how much I have. Okay, so yeah, how much would it be for 2 pairs of boots? Because I figure someone will use them, and 2 jackets, and maybe I can get something small for Nibbler, even if it's like a small child, something that sleep in, he can wear something.
Sure.
Get him an oversized T-shirt, and it can be a sleep shirt.
Oh.
Can wear it as
No.
a sleep shirt.
Sure, why not?
uh,
Get Lyric's face put on it, and then he gets to sleep in it. You know how like Matthew Mercer's face is on the him.
could be one of those things like it's got, I don't know what they're called, but they do them all the time now. The ones that have like the sequins, but then you rub them and it changes the picture.
Oh.
There you go. No, they're not selling that in the store. They're just selling
Mhm.
clothing.
No, that's what Lyric should get Jewel for her birthday or something.
Oh no. One side's Lyric's face, the other one's Jewel's face. You have to invent
Caspian's
that
face.
first.
Caspian's face.
Oh,
The other side's Caspian's.
Okay.
It's just it changes,
Um,
it winks at you. The shirt winks at you.
Yeah, they would have stuff. They kind of look surprised that you're like holding a monkey up and going,
Hmm.
and this one, but they've got things.
Okay.
And they would have you be able to get all of that for so you're getting 2 jackets, 2 pairs of boots, and something for Caspian. Or not for Caspian, for Nibbler. Sorry.
Yes. Does Caspian need anything? Sorry.
He goes in my jacket.
He's a cat. He's fluffy
Well,
now. Like he's got his winter coat going on.
could
I will
you-
say that?
Could you try to find like a nice blanket that he could sleep in? He sleeps in
Okay, so-
in the dome, but
I'm gonna see if I can find a beautiful white fluffy blanket or any type
Okay.
of fluffy blanket. Whatever's
Okay.
most comfortable.
They would have for you. Yeah, for the boots and hat and like warm jackets and stuff like that. They're not fancy. It's just like a plain leather, like wool lined
Hmm.
boots and a jacket. You could get those for 8 silver pieces.
Okay.
And then as far as a fluffy blanket go, man oh man.
For
I'll-
fur.
either you-
No.
Yeah, either you, well, they have tons of fur, but if you want like a fancy pants thing, either you or Lyric gets to say high or low, and we'll roll for it to see if they have fancy pants for him.
Okay. Do you want to do it?
you can do it as long as you say hi.
Okay. Hi.
Okay. I mean, I rolled a 95, so yeah, 100%. You see, it is a knit wool blanket, but it's very soft wool, and it's beautiful. It's been dyed this kind of like bright cerulean blue, and it really stands out. In fact, like you find it pretty easily because everything else is very practically colored, and then that's just like off to the side. Not that it's not useful, but like you can tell like this is just I don't know if anyone else is with you, but this is like it's a very practical community. This is kind of like there's a lot of like hunter gatherer kind of stuff going on here. There are other businesses and stuff like that, but it's not like it's very much just kind of a survivalist kind of colony deal. Doing fine, like it's not desperate, but they're not worried about fancy things. And yeah, you are able to find this. So 8 silver for the other clothes. That blanket. Ooh, what did I keep hitting? I hate this so much. I know what I'm hitting. I've got like a PDF open, but there's a thing on the side that says store and share files, learn more, and I just keep trying to click to the window and hitting that link instead. So you're able to find that that would cost you 5 copper pieces for that.
Okay. Are there 2 where I could get 2 of them?
There's one.
There's one. Okay.
There's one, and it's just
Okay.
yeah. It's
Can I
big.
just
Like
get?
no, I was gonna say it's like a full like person-sized blanket, so Caspian does not need the whole thing. Or he does.
Gotcha.
I
No,
don't
no,
know
no
his
problem.
life.
Can I just get one normal blanket, like one more normal blanket in case we need it?
Sure, that would be 2 copper.
Okay. And then, what do you call it? Talar brought up a really good point. I literally have nothing on me to trade besides like the clothes that I'm wearing.
No.
So, trying to think if there's anything like that I could get there that I could keep for trading potentially. Like, no. Can I get another bedroll? Is that possible?
Absolutely, you can.
Just get one more bedroll. That's what I'll do for now.
Yes, that would be. I know this. 40. Hang on. I mean, it's not gonna be a lot. Bedroll. Would be 3 silver.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and that's all I'll get.
Okay.
Thank you.
You notice they have a small, annoying yippy dog.
Say that you know I will buy it.
It's not for sale. You can't have it. They love it.
I put Atlee on its back.
Oh no.
What?
They still won't sell it no matter how cute that is.
Quickly forge a little saddle.
They cry a little bit as they gently take Atlee and set him on the floor and then offer you the saddle and then pick the dog up.
I will let them keep the saddle.
Yeah. Anybody else want to get anything while we're here, or are we good to go? Okay.
I'm gonna go and ask Orlin if she needs a jacket or anything as well.
Talar will get a jacket. I'm gonna get like a kind of like a oh Jesus, I don't even know. I don't think this exists. In this time, like a duster. Like
Oh, that'd be badass.
yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I
The
do know
Matrix.
what you're talking about. It doesn't exist. You could get a really cool cape though that would kind of have the same aesthetic, like with a like a collared cape kind of a thing. I mean, you're going duster jacket would be
Yeah, that's okay. I'll get a cape.
and I mean, if you guys are in a hurry, I was gonna say you could adapt this to be a duster jacket. Talar is competent enough that with a little bit of time you could. It's long enough and it has enough extra fabric that you can kind of like cut the right things out and piece it back together. But as of right now, it's a cape. Yeah, they don't duster jackets. No.
Yeah,
Those
I'll just
aren't
take
a
the cape.
thing.
And they're not taking gold.
No, they will. I just haven't given you guys a price yet.
Oh, okay.
So-
Well, then I will buy a duster jacket.
Yeah, Locke is getting a coat. Talar is getting a cloak. Somebody's getting something for Corlin? Or we ask Corlin if she wants something?
I'm just gonna go up and ask Corlin if she needed anything, like a jacket or anything.
I mean, I guess one wouldn't hurt.
I'll go show her where to go get one then. I'll give Lyric his blanket for Caspian.
Oh, ooh, Indy, this is lovely. Good eye. Wow. How much do I owe you?
I don't think it wasn't much at all, so don't even worry about it.
You're such a dear. Thank you.
No problem. Glad you like it. I tried.
All right. Jacket and cape. Cape's gonna be a little bit more than the jacket. Well, it is because it's a little fancier. The jackets are just super practical. And there's more material. That's the other thing, but it's not a lot more. Basically, like if you're getting a jacket, it's gonna be 2 silver. If you're getting a cape, it's 3 silver.
Oh, a cape like it just goes over like what you're already wearing and stuff like that, just like a poncho.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that?
yeah. It would fit over because yeah, if Talar can wear it, then 100% Corlin could wear it.
Oh yeah, I won't.
Wow. Wow.
He's
supposed
he's
to
thick.
Talar thick? What about it?
I'm just saying. I mean, if Talar can fit into it, then of course you can.
I'm trying to look up a picture of the cape that you're getting. I mean, it's a Sherlock Holmes cape, Talar. That's what you're getting. It's beautiful. You love it. It's a detective cape.
To have like the little cape on top of the big cape.
I think not, only because I think it's going to be modified to a duster jacket. That's also cool. It's more this one. It's this Sherlock. I think this might be my favorite Sherlock Holmes actor, honestly. If it's the guy that I think it is. It looks like the right face. Hang on. Where is it? This is what you're getting, not this fabric. But this, and then so it's got a collar already, so that when you turn it into a duster jacket, it looks like it is meant to be a jacket. It comes with a meerschaum pipe. It doesn't. All right, yeah, Corlin, you could get a cape too as well. So capes are 3 silver. Coats are 2.
Yeah, she'll get a cape.
Okay. And it's just, I mean, you can find basically shades of brown and green, guys. So it's up to you. And maybe like a couple black or gray ones, but nothing fancy. Things that make sense in a forest, essentially, are the colors that you get.
Oh no, she'll take a black one.
Okay. So mark off the money, and then off we go. And remind me, if Kyrian shows up, remind me that he can also... I'm not going to let him go back to the sleigh, unfortunately, but I will let him if he wants to get any winter weather. Well, he doesn't need to, because Lyric got him some. I know this. I pay attention.
Out of curiosity, what did it say when you rolled and it gave you that? Like, you know what I mean?
You'll never know.
I was wondering what it said.
It said the thing that happened is what it said. Okay. So at this point, it is like 4 p.m. I'm assuming you guys just had rations for lunch. I didn't
Are we
ask,
close to
but
running out of rations? Should we pick up more food or no?
you guys have so many fish jerkies. And then Corlin had the sandwich. Everybody else had rations, is what I would assume.
That's my plan.
Okay, sounds good.
So how much longer do you guys want to keep going? I don't mean that out of character. I mean, like, it's 4 o'clock in game. When do you guys want to stop?
Should we go until it gets dark?
That'd probably be the safest. But
Yeah, absolutely.
Else to me.
well, I mean, we say safest, but we've already spent 2 days. We are in a hurry.
Oh, question. Where exactly... Oh, never mind. That's all.
I wanna go
Never
until at
mind.
least dark.
Yeah, I agree.
So till dark.
Okay. Um, so I mean, it's winter and you're near a mountain range. In fact, at this point, you've got a mountain range on both sides. It gets dark pretty early, so I will say it's getting dark like around 6. Um, it's not completely dark, but like you can't. The sun's behind the mountains. It's up to you how much further you want to go, but you're like there on the map. A little bit past Selen.
Yeah. I think we should
Fine with
definitely
that.
go longer.
Okie doke. Let's get a little bit further.
Just keep an extra eye out.
That's not what I meant to do. I pressed Alt but didn't hold it down. You don't randomly wander off of the road. Whoa! There you go. All right. I mean, this is where you get. It's like around 8:30, 9 o'clock. You have a forest north of you and a forest a little ways off south of you. North one's not super close either. At this point, there are not so much. Like, there are hills, but it's not nearly as much as there were before. This is not foothills. This is more just kind of a rolling landscape. So there's not tons of cover. You could make it to the forest on either side of you. It would probably be closer to 10 if you wanted to do that. Well, here's what I will say. There's not necessarily going to be roads the whole way that you're going. So it's up to you when you want to break off and go through the forest. You've also got horses with you. I mean, I don't know what you guys are going to do with them when you get to the mountain. Because you do know you're going underneath the mountains, like inside. So you're just going to
Cross
stay
that
near the
bridge
road.
when we get there.
Here you go. Yes. I would say, Talar and Lyric. Go ahead and roll history.
20.
Talar,
30.
what'd you get? Just so I know.
Sorry, I was having some lag.
Okay. Okay. Talar, you feel like you've heard stories about like elves living in this forest. Lyric, you have fucking heard stories about elves living in this forest. You've heard of Shadowfen, you're not 100% sure where it is because they're kind of private, but you know there's like this whole like culture of elves hidden somewhere in this forest. They are supposed to be not super outgoing, but not mean. Like, as long as you approach them respectfully and not like a crazy person, they're willing to be reasonably helpful to outsiders. They don't particularly want people to stay necessarily, unless somebody were to have a skill that they felt would be helpful in their community. Then they might be like, hey, you could stay here and work for a while. But mostly they just kind of private. They keep to themselves. So that's somewhere up around the Shia Huron mountain range. In that forest are elves.
Well, okay. I will convey that information. I've heard stories of elves who live in this forest, an entire culture. I don't know where.
More friendly or more recluse?
They're not. They are reclusive, but they are not unfriendly.
Okay.
We could at least possibly stable the horses with them. Yeah.
True.
I'd hate to just leave horses.
I
Yeah.
have 2
Worst case
beads.
scenario, we might have to.
Well, I have 2 beads, so that's 2 horses we could put in. Other than that, yeah. Maybe if there's a small town or something that we come across, we can stable them there, maybe?
Okay. All right. So we'll say, I mean, I'm assuming we're doing, tiny hut.
Yes, please, everyone gather around. You have to be underneath of it first.
What about, and make sure, I'm going to keep reminding you, if you are using rations, make sure you're marking them off. So for lunch, everybody should have marked off rations except for Coraline. Man. You guys have a thing, I mean, you have those things that you got from that Fey creature. I mean, is anybody looking at him at all?
Yeah,
I would have been
definitely. I
very
am.
much. I completely don't know why I forgot this. I would have cast Identify on the watch.
Watch. You can cast guidance once a day with that watch.
Okay.
Yep, just once a day, but still guidance. So
I didn't. Honored for writing. Forgot to. I would have looked at it.
I would have given
Yep.
my 3 to Locke as well and just been like, just look at all of them.
Yeah, I've gone through all 6.
okay, I'm gonna have Locke. Hang on. Go ahead and roll. Give me 1 second. Roll a d6, Locke. Okay. So you have 5 regular healing potions, but then you, upon examining them, discover that one of them is a potion of greater healing.
Greater hearing.
Greater hearing.
Did
So
you mean healing or actual hearing?
No, I said hearing, and Talar
Okay.
was mocking me.
Okay, sorry.
Not mocking, just
Everyone was
bullying.
so serious about it. I'm like, am I scared?
That's
What?
okay, Talar. I'm not crying. I'm just
Oh no.
yeah.
I thought
Just
of
massaging her eyes.
the Good Place. I made God cry.
Uh, I'm thinking of just so many video games. Megan will remember this. Yeah. So you have 5 regular and then 1 greater healing potion. Anything else that we are identifying while we're identifying things?
I would go over to my brother and ask him if he knew, and just show him the berries and ask what he thought about them. I don't know if there's anything he can do to them.
They look good.
You think that they're magic? I mean, I think that's what Lar was kind of saying. I don't know anything about these things.
I don't know. Let me do a magic. Hang on. Let me take a look at them.
I'm afraid to
can
eat
both,
one.
I'll let you both roll Arcana if you want to. I'm
Okay.
not gonna. Yeah.
19.
Oh,
I got 19.
yeah. Lyric, yours is a 4, right? Indy's is the 19.
Sorry, it's that stupid delay when you
Yeah.
we pull up roll 20. It said lyric and then the 19, and then now when I pull it back up again, it's like
You're
correct.
fine. Yeah, I got confused because I was like, oh, they
Yeah.
both got 19, and I
So
was trying to
4.
remember why I'd had you roll. Yeah, as you're asking him this, you do remember Indy having heard somewhere from like one of the soldiers or the guards. They're not soldiers, they're not in a war, but the town guards who had previously been a soldier. You'd heard of these things called goodberry.
Oh, okay.
You're not a magic user, but these definitely look like magical berries. That's the best that you can come up with. You know that they're supposed to be, I think it's good for the whole day. So
Yeah. I know as a druid I had a spell for that. Okay.
so maybe, but then, maybe somebody could cast Identify and confirm.
Okay, yeah.
Lyric, those are
Are
some pretty
able to?
berries.
They look delicious.
Eat them all.
would be able to identify them. Do you have anything like that?
Oh, no. That was. I mean, Ildor could do that. I think maybe Talar can do that.
Talar?
Maybe or Locke.
Okay.
Yeah, I could
Okay.
definitely.
I'll go over I'll thank him and then I'll go over to Talar and ask if Lar can tell me anything more about it.
I will identify.
They are good berries. They
That's all they are. You don't have to.
nope. There's more. They never go bad.
Nice.
Oh.
They will last forever. Go
Look
ahead
at
and
that.
roll 2d4, Indy.
Okay. 2d4. I'm looking for there it is. Okay. 1 and let's get 3.
So you have 4 of them.
Okay, cool.
And they will, I mean, they're not a healing potion, but they will restore hit points. They're not like a horrible thing to keep around as like a healing option
Nice.
either, I guess. Yeah,
Okay.
they're never gonna, unlike the regular spell, these are just gonna, they're still good and they're still berries.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Don't thank me. Thank Magic Santa. I just know what it was.
Pretty sure he was Krampus.
Krampus. It's funny because one of the options that nobody rolled was a Krampus one. but you don't know who this was. There's definitely one that says Krampus. So I'm not going to tell you if it was this one or not. All right. Okay, so it's nighttime. Are we taking watches or no?
Yeah, Talara will definitely take first watch.
Yeah, I think it's still
Yuki.
important to do watches.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody, come stand around here. I just need 10 minutes. Ritual cast it.
Cool. And you guys are just if you're eating rations or what? Corlin can find food for everybody that needs food, so you don't need to for like dinner. Corlin can run around and do that.
Yep.
Corlin, you're gonna find it because it's a thing that you can do, but I'm gonna have you roll survival. We'll just see like how you do. I mean, either way, it's gonna be enough.
Okie dokie.
But let's just see how yummy this is.
Survival. No. Let's use this D20. Oh no, yay. Dirty 20.
Hey, it's not bad. Like it's very hearty. It's definitely like you're able to catch like an animal and then like dig up some like under the snow, kind of go through and find some mushrooms that are like sheltered from the snow. They're like inside like the hollow and the bottom of a tree. And then find some like wild onion and various like fennel. I mean, just a bunch of stuff. Onion. He.
Hmm?
Come on in. It's Kyrian.
I'm here.
Kyrian.
I'm literally in the chat right now.
Okay, well, I was on a different page. You missed Krampus.
Dang it.
I'll get to you in a second. Yeah, but you were able to. It's really good, you guys. Like you're not sure. Like you're looking around and you see a lot of snow and some dead leaves, and then just like no animals. And Corlin comes back with like a couple hairs and like a handful of just very good edible things, and starts like skinning the hairs and like throwing things in a pot over the fire. And you're not sure how he did this because you're pretty sure that it's winter and there's no animals to be found anywhere. But there you go. It's delicious. Kyrian, the one thing you missed out on is they stopped off in Selene if you wanted to get any kind of winter weather gear.
Just
No, you don't.
You
Actually-
don't.
Don't.
You don't.
You don't,
Sorry.
Kyrian, because after watching you shiver for a while, Lyric says, "Oh, by the way, Kyrian, I got you something when we were in Calic Dimit. Here." And he pulls out I bought you it's a black, very sleek, very sharp tricorn hat
Oh
with
gosh.
with a deep red
I knew this was gonna happen.
a deep red sash that wraps around and then flutters off a little bit, and it's kind of like torn at the end. A long tailored fit black jacket, like one of those like thick like sailors jackets, you know.
Mhm.
And an off-white tunic with some black leather pants.
There you go. You're not sure how he got your size right, but he got your size right.
Kyrian
Wait, what?
gives Lyric a very suspicious glance. And then kind of looks down at himself.
Lyric knows how to
thank
size
you.
up a man.
Thank you, Lyric.
Wait,
You're
but
welcome.
That's
He's a cowboy now.
very kind of you.
So I turned you into a cowboy. I don't
Oh
know
gosh,
why.
did you do
Well-
the Tyrion thing while I was gone?
No, I just said you were like pew 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 shooting Eldritch Blast up in the air just because.
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, exactly.
Talar is the one getting the duster jacket. He's the cowboy.
I will put the clothing on.
So other than the clothing, which you're all set for, is there anything you would have gotten like at a general goods store? Is there anything you would want to get?
There's no. I don't know if this is a thing. Is there an equivalent in your world for like ground cocoa?
Yes, you can
I
make cocoa. You guys know this.
Yeah.
You can get like regular cocoa and then just like powdered sugar, so finely ground sugar. And yeah, you could get that.
Those are
They're there for
the
sure.
actual things I was about to ask for.
Yep.
Do we have any more of those hot cocoa bombs that we had? Do you remember that we had those like forever ago?
Yeah, you might have those. That would taste real good today. That because Corlin's making some kind of stew thing going on that's also going to be really amazingly warm and comforting.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That would be, I guess, a lock question because they would probably be in the bag of holding. Do you even remember those? That was forever ago.
You never finished them. Oh no. Okay, but Kyrian got some.
Sure. Some more of those.
You
hot
have hot
bombs.
cocoa. You don't have hot cocoa balls. It would be Kyrian. Boop 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 boop. Give me a moment. It's not a lot. We'll say like 2 copper for that. It's not a lot.
I will put metric shit ton of cocoa.
Well then 5 copper. If you're getting
Deal.
metric shit ton, it's gonna be more.
I'm totally okay with that.
Okay. Yeah, 5 copper. You have a lot of cocoa. So yeah, I mean you'd have to get some water, but Corlin's 20. She can find some snow that's not gross. That would be like potable water if you melted it. You could boil some water.
Would be what I would ask for help with, and then Kyrian would try to make cocoa to go along with the meal.
Great. You can, you can do survival, sleight of hand, performance.
I will do. Oh, I could do a performance. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll performance.
26.
All right. Kyrian has no idea what he's doing. Like he's looking at this stuff and he's just kind of like throwing things in there. You see that like he grabs some of the spices that Corlin found and like adds some of that a little bit. Like he has no clue. It tastes really good.
I'm also going to slip just a little bit, just a little bit of the unholy dark ale into the mix.
No. Okay. Just a little. Roll sleight of hand, not to be sneaky, but to see if you succeed on a little bit. How successful is this little?
How successful is an 8?
Not. It looks like a little to you, maybe. Your hand's shaking. It's really hard to tell. It's cold.
He's already drunk, so it's hard for him to tell.
I'm not. I don't have a problem. You're Talar. Hey guys, I made cocoa.
It's good. Somehow he kind of got like it already had some like random spices in it. It had like a little bit of like cinnamon in it, a little bit of nutmeg, and then like he grabbed some of that anise that Corlin found and threw that in there. It's it's good, and there's more going on than chocolate flavor in there, and it's not like you guys aren't expecting it. Because Kyrian really honestly, like, he looks kind of confused and he just throws some things in there and like grinds some stuff up using whatever Corlin's got out. He just grabs something, looks at the utensil, doesn't really know how it works, and then like just wiggles some spices onto it somehow, and then like it tastes good.
This is exactly how I pictured it happening.
And then he puts a little, just a little, only a little, alcohol in.
I don't want people to know that I'm doing that.
Well, then roll other sleight of hand, because the first sleight of hand was to see how much a little was. This is to see if people know. You know what? You didn't roll well. It's
Okay.
they see you. I do
He
that.
looks like he thinks no one notices, though.
Yeah, they do. Yes, I don't think anyone's passive perception is below 8. Yeah. So yeah, Kyrian kind of like side eyes all of you, and then like when no one's staring directly at him, dumps like a decent amount of alcohol in the hot chocolate.
I will go sit by Locke and hand him a cup. Kyrian just smiles and
save.
Kyrian smiles and just tips his new hat in the most piratey way he can.
I said save, I meant check. This isn't poison. It's just alcohol. All right, you're fine. You feel warm in more ways than one. You know,
That's all right.
it tastes good. Like it's there, but it complements the flavor of whatever the heck else he did. And you couldn't, I bet, like Kyrian wouldn't know what he did. He didn't have a clue.
Nope. But it wasn't you, and yeah, that's not your fault. Just yeah, I'd say next time let me know, but you couldn't have. I don't blame you. Don't apologize. Just drink your fucking cocoa.
Right. You guys have a very delicious, very comforting meal. You are warmed inside and out in both spirit and body. The horses look a lot nicer tonight with their blankets on. Like they're fine. Pilar, is there anything anybody else wants to do before you go to bed? Since I skipped over the morning like a ding-a-ling.
Corlin just wants to go up, go to Locke and, just be like, just want to check in, make sure you doing okay, buddy. Well, I'm sure you were cursed. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you mean, but I know what you mean, But I'm glad you're doing better. I'm glad, yesterday was scary. We got through it. You got through it. And we're gonna go get your boy and get back on track. You want a hug? All right, she'll break his back. There you go. Just lift him off the ground.
When Corlin is finished paralyzing Locke, and strolls off, Kiri's gonna real quietly lean over to Locke. So I've been less than sober pretty much the entire day. What happened?
Yep.
I'd bring something that you weren't allowed to have. Yeah. And I missed the whole thing. That's fair. Man, was it noticeable? All right, nice. Just if they ask, I was humming a tune in my head. Yeah. Like a real Fae. I thought that was like. I thought that was all just like stories. Like I didn't think there's so like Fae or a thing. Like that's not. So wait. Then does that mean like all those books you would always tell me about as kids about like other places, like worlds and stuff? Is that a thing then? Well, I mean, I had a very the sea was a big place, man. I was very narrow minded about. I mean, do we have to go to one of those places? We don't. That's fine. That's uh, under. Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah. Let's not. If we can help it, I'd like to stay. Yeah, yeah. What if like we go there and then we can't breathe or something? That's my point. That'd be bad, right? It'd be bad. Yeah. What did I put in this cocoa? In retrospect, I should have been a little more careful. I might have accidentally grabbed poison or something. Corlin's got some weird plant. That okay, really cool, like glows in the moonlight, or really cool, like will kill a child if they sniff it. Scare me. Just keep it not close, like not keep it away from me. I died once, you know. I died. I'd like to continue breathing. I mean, you want to find out? Kyrian takes off his necklace and hands it to Locke. Put it in the bag. Kyrian reaches over into the bag and thinks about his necklace, watching Locke's eyes, and pulls it out. You gonna cast a spell on me? All right, I think we're good. No, that wasn't fun. Also, just a side note, maybe like in the future, if you attack somebody, don't use a spell like at point blank range that also hits like you. That was a weird choice. Also, I gotta be honest. You cast one spell during the fight, and it looked big, right? Like like you can feel magic, right? Like whenever you see somebody, you know it's gonna be big. It looked big, but then nothing happened. Uh, but you said it worked. You said it worked, but you know it's so you're oh lock. Yeah. Lightning magic is weird, isn't it? Yeah. While we're talking about this is I'm sorry to interrupt. This is random. I'm working on something a little bigger, and at some point, I want your help because I think if that spell's as big as it looks, if I could use you and like help get your help, I might be able to make like a big lightning spell. I don't know. I feel it, and I want to try, but I need your help. All right, Kyrian finishes his cocoa.
Yeah, roll a con check.
Yes, ma'am. 14 plus 3. Or, yeah, 3. 17.
Okay. Same thing. You know, it feels real. It's one of those things, it's basically like the Long Island iced tea of cocoa. Like, you know there's alcohol in there, but it doesn't taste like nearly as much as you know is in there.
Kyrian frowns and adds a little more to his.
And like, I mean, do that if you want to.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, but it for sure, like, this is one of those things where a couple of these suckers is gonna help you sleep real nice. No, the roleplay chat, guys.
I keep reading it and I'm crying
It's
inside.
beautiful. I love it. Yeah. Anything else before we go to bed? All right. So we're already on to watches. Talara's gonna do first watch. Locke is second.
Kyrian will join Locke.
Okay, and then who's third?
It could be third.
Okay. All right. Talar, you can roll with disadvantage because it's nighttime and it's dark.
Okay, I today prepared dark vision. Let me see how long it lasts.
Nice.
hours.
You can roll with non-disadvantage.
It's a long spell.
Yes. Perception, right?
Yep. You're fine. I mean, I trust
No, I was just
you.
casting it so I could use the
Okay.
slot for me because I was too lazy to go and find where the box is to check.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 16. It's fine. It is uneventful. You hear, occasionally like little kind of creaks of branches, but then like that'll be followed by like a plop. It just sounds like snow settling in trees, kind of a thing.
I am during this watch, just maybe for like an hour or so, I would spend playing like a game with Atlee or something like that.
Oh my gosh, I love him so much. This is going to add to his XP. Like if you do stuff with the animals, 100% you are. I will say this: your passive investigation is very high. You and Locke are ridiculous. The stars look different. Like you notice, not just different from like when you were, kicking ass and taking names, just different than the last time, because you're not in the forest. You can actually see this guy. The last time that you looked at him, he's looked different.
I'm getting a familiar sense to when I was on the ship. I know you're saying this is distinctly different from that. This isn't like time dilation. They just look like they visually appear different.
So yeah, some of them are not where they were the last time.
I will tell Atlee to take a piece of paper and a quill from my belongings and chart the stars that he sees.
He does. He's super cute because he's a tiny little boy and it's a big old quill pen.
Yeah, he's got to sit on the paper while he does it, so I know it's going to take him a while. That's fine. Yeah, I just tell him to do that.
He does. Hey, you did send me
And then just keep watch. Did anyone say who's second?
Locke and Kyrian are going to be up second.
Also, I'll have to ask you about how to manage an update experience for him and stuff.
I will. Yeah. I mean, you get to choose where you keep the notes, but for now, just keep track of it. So basically, like, I'll make a same thing. If you look in the pet stats channel, like he'll level up and he'll get like extra things that he can do. So I'm going to start with what you give me and I'm going to work from there.
Okay.
Because it's just why not? I don't know, it's just silly because I mean, it's not going to stop them from having significantly fewer hit points than all of you, but
yeah,
it's sad if like Locke is taking his like 4 hit point bird. It's not even 4, it's like 2, right? I mean, this gives him a chance to at least get better. I'm just thinking of like, normal animals are just like 1 hit point, 2 hit points. So yeah, Zob has a higher level than some of the other animals though, because Zob had more hit dice. Zob and Caspian and yeah, a few of them were higher than first level. Yeah, little baby. So yeah, this just gives him a chance to not necessarily be more capable of surviving, but like die less egregiously, essentially.
Right, gotcha.
Okay, but I have to sit and figure that out because I made those up, so I will let you know. So yeah, so he does that. He's actually good. I was looking at his stats. He's dexterous enough that it is a competent. I mean, we'll say. Go ahead and roll.
He's made to do little jobs.
Yeah, he can do this. No, I'm just gonna say he can do this. Like he has time to sit and figure it out.
Yeah, I figured this would take I'm on watch. It's just even if I fall asleep and he's still going, that's fine.
Yeah. So second watch, you wake up Kyrian and Law. You guys see Atlas over, off to the side of the group, like outside of the, well, not outside of the dome necessarily, because you can see through the dome. Probably in the dome, because then it would be protected from the elements. But he's just over, like, scribbling on a piece of paper, looking intently up into the sky. But you guys are up. And so you can either both roll perception, or you can roll with advantage. One of you can roll with advantage.
Have a preference? Let's roll separate.
Both roll.
Yeah. 14.
Okay.
Yeah, this does make sense because the first night Kyrion's not journaling. He just holds Aura to his chest and looks up at the sky and kind of around and hums.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can do this. Lordy, I got distracted. You don't hear anything that causes you alarm. I think that you're fine. It's dark out, and I know you have dark vision, but you see in darkness as though it were dim light. And it's not like super bright out because it is a little cloudy because it's been kind of snowing. So yeah, I mean nothing. Well, no, it's not cloudy anymore because the stars are out. I'm an idiot. You see a little ways away, an interesting mound of dirt. A large.
Interesting.
It doesn't look like. Yep. It looks like it's been. It looks like it's been. It's not just there, like somebody placed it there.
I'll stand up and get within a foot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of see what's popping.
What's popping? As you walk over, you do see. It appears to be. I would say shallow in like a morbid way, but a relatively shallow grave. Not necessarily because there's anything untowards about it, but just because it's winter and it's hard to dig in the winter.
Anything in this grave?
Very. Huh?
Is there anything in this grave?
There's a body. I mean, like you'd have to. It looks like there's a body. It's shaped like a person-ish. Long, about, over 5 foot long.
I will point towards Locke and cast message and say, Locke, you come over here, please.
Yeah, and you appear like you see what appears to probably be a recently-ish dug grave.
Watch my just if this thing comes alive and attacks me, just you got my back, right? Kind of psychs himself up and walks over to the grave. Because if there's like a body in it, I'm gonna finish burying it. That's messed up. Go over to the grave and see what's popping.
It's the body. The body's popping.
Is there it's completely non-familiar? right?
It's not, yeah, it's not anybody that you recognize. It is uh an older woman. Um, she's not wearing like fancy clothes. But they appear to be like, it looks as though she was dressed with some care. Like it just looks like this is what they had. Um, she was put in, decent, uh, as nice a clothes as the person had. I mean, there's some care. Her hair has been kind of nicely brushed back and pulled into a bun. Um, just an old lady. No
Huh.
signs of like how she might have died.
Tyrion just kind of sighs. Oh, sea guide me. And he'll stretch out his hand, and this time instead of a hammer, he'll create a shovel. And I will do my best to finish burying this old woman so that she's
Okay,
not just left out to the cold.
Okay, go ahead and roll a strength check. It's a pretty high DC because it's winter and it's difficult to dig in the
Oh, that's
winter.
true.
Go
Let me
ahead.
make sure there's nothing that he would do beforehand. I don't think.
Well, give him advantage on strength checks, right? Or is it strength saves? There you go.
Oh,
Roll
cool.
with advantage.
It's not amazing, but it's better than what I ever would have gotten. I would have gotten a 7, but instead I got a 14.
Okay, I mean, you kind of chip away a little bit. You work up a sweat doing this for sure. Um, it's just the ground is very hard. So you're able to get her a little bit deeper in.
I think if I cast Burning Hands on the soil, like kind of push my hands down into the ground and heated it up like that?
You can always try.
I mean, yeah, I'll do that. I will put my hands about a few inches away from the ground. I'm going to step like a foot away from the grave so I don't accidentally splash her with fire, and cast Burning Hands into the soil and try and heat it up so it's a little easier.
Okay. You're able to soften up the ground a little bit. It's still, I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine it's still crazy hard and it's going to take me a while, but I just want to make sure that she's covered. I don't like the Kyrian. It does not sit well that she was just kind of left out in the open, even though it's cold.
she wasn't, she was covered with dirt, but it was just as far down as they could get.
That's okay. He's going to finish her as much as he thinks he can do before he gets exhausted, and then he'll.
Sure. I mean, you work up a sweat. It helps a little bit with the burning hands, but it's winter and it's not just like the surface temperature of the soil. It's like the entire earth, is kind of chilled way down below the surface. So, I mean, you're able to make it so it's less of a mound and more of just like a slight mound.
That's okay. And he will say some small words under his breath. Primordial. Best version.
Mm-hmm. Kieran, you're cutting out.
A prayer, I guess. It's still cutting out.
Nope, you sound good.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, Kyrian just goes back over to the bonfire and sits down, and for the rest of his watch, he'll just stare at the grave.
Yes. All right. Who was going to be Corlin?
When Kyrian wakes Corlin up. Hey, Cora,
Oh, yeah, what?
this is gonna be real weird. You're all, in touch with your God, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
You know any like funeral rites?
Uh,
It's okay if you don't.
I mean,
Just curious.
technically, yeah.
There's a grave over there. Old woman in it.
Wait,
I just
you're
want
just now
to.
waking me up and you telling me there's a grave. Wait, hold on. Let me rub my face first.
I know
Okay.
it's a lot. It's a lot. I know. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wipes the sleepies from her eyes.
You want me to show you the?
Yeah, what we're doing. Okay.
He'll show her the grave. Good night, Locke.
Good night.
Corlin, as you sit up, you do notice next to you is like a lily.
She can put in her hair. But I didn't take my spells today yet, so I can properly put on ceremony.
You absolutely can. Yeah, you've had your long rest at this point, essentially. So yeah, you can switch out your spells.
Cool.
Kyrian shows you the grave and kind of sits down next to it. Would you mind?
Oh
I
yeah,
just want to make sure she gets, the proper treatment.
yeah, of course. So she will. I've never used ceremony before.
I was gonna say this is like maybe this is the third time it's been referenced in a campaign I've been involved in, only the second time that it's been used, and the first time that it was used was very much like it wasn't in the spirit of it was smart. The guy was doing well. Oh yeah, Kara and Piper. This is when we did that one shot that you guys were there for a little bit, where we all got married.
All
to
got
one another
married.
so we could get the benefit.
Oh
we could
yeah.
get the
Nice.
benefits. This is the first time it's been used, I think, in the spirit of the spell.
Right. Yeah, that was funny.
I mean, it was great. It was a wonderful spell, but yeah, it was definitely not like we have feelings for one another.
So I've never really like
Amazing.
read a lot of this stuff. I'm just like,
Speak
oh,
for yourself,
ceremony,
Garrett.
like
Now we're in love.
whatever. They actually do. You get a lot of shit.
There's some cool things you can get from it.
Yeah. Damn.
Awesome. The first time that anyone ever referenced it in a campaign I was playing in, was our cleric was like joking about like there were two people that couldn't stand one another, but they both were kind of tied to the same secret thing that nobody else in the party knew about. So they kept like going off and talking to one another. So the cleric's like, "Hey, you know what? I can marry," like he was pretending like he thought that they were like sneaking off to go on dates and stuff like that. He was just doing it to be a jerk. It was very funny. But yeah, this is the first time I've actually seen it used. This is cool. Corlin, do you have inspiration? Do you have a DM inspiration?
I do.
Oh man.
I know.
That's too bad. I'd give you one because I like these. I mean, these weird spells that never get used. This is super cool. Yeah. What do you do? What does Corlin do for this whole thing?
So she, in front of the grave, she'll put her holy symbol, and she'll take out a whole bunch of probably a whole bunch of the flowers out of her hair because there's still a shit ton. Although she'll keep the lily in there, and place those around there too, and cast ceremony and cast the funeral rite, and she'll close her eyes and put her hands together and just be like, "Oh wow, mother, I'm pretty sure this person didn't worship you, and you know that all in all that's all their thing. But I just ask you, take their body, give it back to the earth, whole circle of life thing, let them become nutrients for the soil, get the grass for the animals. It's gonna be great. Don't let anyone fuck with their place, and hopefully they can just rest real well. Thank you." And that's it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll charisma check.
Okie dokie. Oh. Charisma. Boop, boop. I know you want to go out. Stop it. 11.
11. You, as you're doing this, the wind kind of blows across your face, and it's warmer than you would expect it to be in the winter, and it smells like home. It smells like you're not in the forest, but you definitely smell like the mulch and the trees, and just like a hint of halfling weed, and just all like it's just almost imperceptible. But there's a distinct mix of scents that smell like home. You just get it for like maybe half a second, or maybe you imagined it. You're not sure.
Ah, that's good. Okay, Wild Mother heard me. I'm for sure of it. This person gonna be protected.
Thanks, Cora.
Yeah, of course. It's like one of my only specialties, so woo, I could help.
I think Kyrian kind of grabs his. He doesn't have like anything to sleep on because he doesn't have any of that. He just kind of like moves about 5 feet away from the grave and lays down on the ground there.
It is very cold. It's winter.
That's okay.
Okay, well,
Boy, no, you
I
better
don't see
get
that, do I?
you're
I
unconscious.
have an extra. Okay, never mind.
that boy.
Yeah.
You better get in the fucking hut. Gonna be outside. Get in the hut.
Shouldn't be alone.
I'm gonna be on watch. It's fine.
Not you. Her.
I know. I'll be on watch. I'll be out here. The horse is out here too. Get in the fucking hut.
Promise you'll watch her.
I'm gonna be watching everything. I got so many eyes. It's crazy. Now, go get some fucking sleep. It's hot in there. Sleeping outside in the cold. You weren't made for this.
And goes and sleeps in the hut. Regret a little bit. I don't know what the right word for it is, but like he doesn't want
Harlan,
to.
you do not have dark vision.
I don't.
So yeah, go ahead and roll perception at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Your perception's not horrible. It's not negative anything. It's just not plus anything.
Yeah. It's just it. Oh. 2.
Okay. I mean, it's a pretty quiet night. You don't really hear much. Uneventful.
The horses seem okay.
Yeah, they do. 100% you can tell that. I mean, yeah. They're fine. They look happier. Like animals. They look content. There was like they look jeez. Yeah, they just look peaceful. Before they kind of looked panicked. Like the night before, it was like crazy eyes, like what's happening? I'm a scared horse. They seem fine.
Okay, then. Yeah, I mean, even though she told Kyria that she would, of course, watch the lady, she probably did it just because she knows that the ceremony spell actually protects.
Right. That's fine.
them.
You're not being irresponsible. You're being confident in your own skill.
Yeah, also she's just fucking blind right now, so.
I mean, even with a nat 1, you'd see if somebody was wandering around poking things into graves. Like, there's nothing messing around with a grave. You're fine.
Yeah.
It's just everything's kind of muted. Like in the winter, there's a lot of snow everywhere that like insulates everything and kind of mutes the sound, and footfalls are just quiet. You don't hear anything, but also nothing comes and attacks anything in the night. So you're good. All right. It is the next morning. What time are you guys all getting up? You went to bed at 10. So you need at least 6 hours of sleep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 2 hours of just relaxing. 6 in the morning is the earliest that we could really get up and actually, or like, you could be up before then, but like not doing anything crazy. Except for Talar, who doesn't sleep and totally saw everything that happened.
Just quietly keeping tabs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Corlin, as you're taking watch, you do notice Atlee's like over with a piece of paper, like in the dome, just scribbling.
Oh.
Doing something.
Funny little thing.
Okay. So 6 in the morning is the earliest that everybody would have had a long rest. What time do you guys want to get up and go? It will still be dark-ish because again, you're surrounded by mountains.
I will get up as early as possible and start working on my cuffs because I haven't done that for a couple days.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll and add your spellcasting modifier. Oh no, wait, no. Yes? What are we doing? It's you were doing 2 different things there, and now we're on to the spellcasting, right?
It's either I don't know, and I should know because I rolled it. But we've done 3 different kinds of things. It was like Arcana before for one thing, and then Sleight of Hand for I think, but that was the chair I think on the ship was Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, so this is.
I think you're right. You're right. Roll plus
spellcasting modifier. Yep. Arcana was, I think, to figure out how to do something. This is fine. Yeah.
I'm just gonna roll Arcana because that is my.
It's no problem.
Yeah, same.
How much time do you need to work on a spell?
He doesn't sleep that much.
Okay.
17. Yep, just go ahead and add that to your points. I think get like an hour in the morning, he'd be fine, but he's not holding anybody back because I think Talar only needs 4 hours of powering down. I think he sort of does the elf thing essentially, but his version.
Yeah, my rest has to at least be 4 hours, like immobile, but I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because if we had enough time, I was gonna have Cora work on her spell, but if it's because he doesn't sleep, and it's gonna take too long, then I'm not gonna hold everybody up to do her spell stuff.
You could do that while you're on watch. That would definitely explain the 2 in perception or whatever you got. Corallin's like, you don't have to do this, but it's just funny to me that Corallin's like, yeah, I'm gonna watch her real good spells.
Yeah.
It's up to you. If you want to do that, you could do that, and that would 100% make sense with the perception roll that we got.
It's 6 hours, not 4.
Okay, well, you don't need as much as everybody else though, because everyone else would need 6 hours of sleep minimum plus 2 hours of relaxing. You know what I mean? And you just need 6 hours of not moving around, so you could technically, yeah, you're still fine. So Coraline, you can go ahead and roll and add that to your total. So anything else anyone wants to do in the morning? Also, what time is everybody getting up? I've not gotten a concise answer, like a definitive answer from that.
Oh.
Okay.
7.
I'm up at 6.
Orland's been up.
Whenever somebody wakes me up.
Caspian wakes you up. Speaking of Caspian, Caspian's voice is a work in progress. I feel like I panicked last time. That's not Caspian's voice. Caspian has something else going on, but like there's so many animal voices I'm having to deal with right now, guys. So it will change. It will change from what.
Quick, what's Atlee's voice?
Atlee doesn't have a voice. Atlee.
Foiled again.
Speak with constructs. Can Atlee talk?
No.
Atlee can't talk.
No. Just
Beep,
keeping
boop,
you on your
beep, boop.
toes.
Boop 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 boop. Beep
That's
boop boop.
that's him kicking rocks into each other that strangely make noises for some reason.
Yes. Yeah. So Talar, when you get up in the morning, like as you're getting around, you do notice he's done like a decent job of kind of, there's a lot of stars in the sky, but he's gotten kind of the main ones.
Yeah. I'm gonna compare those to what I know should be going on. Just taking a second look, see.
Okay, I will have you roll because you haven't particularly mentioned, you noticed on the ship that they were different than when you were prior to
On the ship?
rewoken.
Yeah, they should, of course there should be like a 600-year difference at least.
Right.
But like mathematically, Talar's pretty smart. I should be able to calculate like, okay, yeah, I can tell accurately how much time has passed because I know the stars have moved this much since I was around. This seems like I'm guessing like since I've already made that observation once, could I make a new comparison?
Except for it was more just on the ship it was like more of a just gestalt thing, and you didn't like study them anymore. You just kind of recognized. I just heard you swear though.
That was not me.
No, Kyrian.
Oh.
He's trying to talk, we couldn't hear him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you? Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's just a curse word activated instead of was it touch to talk? It's like
to talk.
Fuck to talk. I don't know.
Don't fuck to talk. No.
So I'll just.
No. my point is that you haven't then sat down after that and like studied the stars, but you could start now. You know what I mean?
That's Lyric's interrogation
I-
technique. Fuck to talk.
Oh my god.
Okay.
If that makes sense, like, because you didn't like sit and study them, you just kind of you recognize, like, I've been to the southern hemisphere and I don't know anything about stars other than
That
I can
necklace-
only find. Sorry, Kyrian. Let me just finish this. I can only find Orion's belt. Like that's basically that, and maybe the Dipper, one of the Dippers. But like I knew the stars were different in the southern hemisphere. Oh, leave and come back. Turn it off and on again. That's the only thing I know about computers. Try now.
%90 of the time, that's a good thing to know.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I was saying things and then 30 seconds later it was coming through, I think. So it sounded like I was interrupting everyone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. So yeah, Talar, you can start to kind of pay attention to it now. Now you have a reference point. But you didn't super close pay attention before. It's definitely like your passive investigation is high enough that you noticed it. But it's you not sure of specifics yet.
I will wait for Indy to awake.
Okay. So we're saying the latest anyone has said that they would wake up is 7.
Actually, yeah. Sorry, never mind.
No, it's fine. Do you want to do anything?
I'm actually gonna wait for when Kyrian awakes.
All right, it's 7. Kyrian's awake.
Kyrian.
Morning, Talar.
I'll bring over the charted stars. You are very familiar with various constellations. Is that correct? Am I lagging or is he lagging?
I don't know. You're not lagging.
Damn.
Tyrion
Oh,
mute.
no. No, he left to come back again.
No, he just left this time. He's done. Hello.
Say something.
Oh no.
Are you?
Don't hear anything.
Yeah. Do you have another headset? Is your sister playing Among Us or something like that? What was she doing the last time? Just go kill your sister. Then this will work better. She's using all the
Yeah.
internet.
Bonus, you'll also roll a lot of natural 20s for a while.
There you go. Oh, I know.
Then we I'll
He
go
is
play
on
Among
his
Us.
phone. Right? If by his profile picture, it has a little phone. Oh man.
Indy.
Oh. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was wondering if mine was screwing up. Morning, Talar. Oh, is he back?
Say words.
Tyrion. Man, I can't hear him. What's going on?
Is he alive?
No.
I would basically just ask Indy the same question.
Did you
whether she-
try?
But it's weird that he can hear us, but we can't hear him, and he's not muted on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Poor your phone. Turn your phone off and on. You guys ever get that where it's like you've been on your phone too much? We don't know if you're on your phone. Like where you have to turn your phone off and which I think is the stupidest thing. Like if I'm on my phone using data and like making phone calls, then obviously I'm on my phone. Why do you need me to remind you?
Ours, if you have an update, it's like other functions don't work. Like it won't let me call out unless I do my update.
Oh
Like that.
no.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah. Every few months it happens. I'll try to call Car and it won't go through and everything. And I'm like, what the hell? And then it'll say, do an update. And I'll do the update and everything works perfect.
That's so weird.
They force you to do it.
Is it
Can
Apple?
anybody hear me?
Oh,
Yay!
Oh, thank God.
Yay!
You
Y'all don't understand how much I was swearing.
Aww.
I was like answering every single question and like talking, and no one could hear me. I felt so alone.
Oh no.
Aww.
All right. So you talk to Kyrian and you ask if he knows star charts, and then you hear Kyrian because he answers you.
I know how to navigate by the stars. If that's what you mean.
Yeah, so I'll show him the lovely chart that Atlee made, and does this look strange to you? Does anything seem like it is amiss?
Does anything seem like it is amiss, or does it look strange to me?
Well, here's the thing. All right. You know how to navigate, but you are not the navigator. So I'm going to say that you are not proficient in it.
I am proficient with navigator's tools.
Oh, that's right. Because your background, you are proficient in it. You're just not the one who does it. Because Smiles is a weirdo.
Because I'm not
Yeah.
of genius.
This is super cool, guys. We're doing all these things that nobody ever uses, and you're doing them today. Go ahead and roll. Let me think. Go ahead and roll survival, but add your proficiency modifier. Are you proficient in survival already?
Yes.
You can. I'll let you choose survival, or nature, or
I'll do survival.
history.
I am not intelligent.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to other options, but those are the ones that make the most sense to me.
Survival was what I was thinking too.
Yeah. Okay.
14 again. I keep rolling 14.
You do this in other like where you roll the same number all the time. Yeah.
Really annoying.
Yeah. There is more than one side to the dice. Get it right.
I've rolled every variation of 14 that I can possibly do.
It doesn't look right. Like it would take some time. You don't have the stars like super duper memorized. You'd have to look around, but you could figure out like it's not there's something weird. You think that maybe Atlee messed up a little bit? I don't know.
Can I don't imagine without the stars like to like compare it to, I would be able to be like, this is what's wrong with it. I'd have to be like, there's something wrong. Let me look at it later, kind of a situation.
But you don't, I mean, it's possible, yeah. Or maybe, Atlee made a mistake. Who knows?
Right.
But yeah, you don't have, I mean, you would know, like...
Something's fucky
You
wucky.
would know, like, the guiding stars. Like, whatever stars work for, like, which direction you're heading, you would know what those are. But you don't have, like, the entire night sky memorized.
Right. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, Talar. It doesn't look quite right, if that makes sense. But like I said, it's hard to tell. It could have just been a mistake. I don't know if there's anything particularly strange about them. What are you looking for?
I just seemed to notice last night that the stars were not quite what I would expect. In what way did I think that they were? What did I
You-
notice in particular?
Yeah. The last time you noticed the sky, it looked different, and that was more of a that time has passed and like nothing is really in the same place. So you're unfamiliar with the current night sky, but you do have a high enough intelligence that you know that whatever you saw last night didn't make sense with what you had seen before. Like it wasn't a because it's only been a week. Like it hasn't been that many days, and there's a notable difference that does not make sense in that time.
Okay, but I don't know what it is specifically.
You just know that some stars are not in the right place.
Then that is what I communicate to Kyrian.
Stars are not in the right place. Talar, tonight, whenever we next, lie down and stuff, could you point it out to me? I might be able to help then. I don't have them like memorized. It's more of like a when I'm doing it kind of thing.
I will remind you.
All right. You said the stars changed?
Is that what I?
Yeah, and Kyrian, now that he's saying it, you also, again, like you know how to use navigator's tools, yes, but there are specific things that you focus on for navigation. So you don't like have the entire night sky memorized, but you do spend an awful lot of time looking at it compared to the average person. You can't put your finger on it, but you can recognize that what he's saying is accurate. That whatever Atlee drew is not the way the stars should look.
And you.
There's not.
Sorry, you said also that it's still kind of darkish, right? Because it's winter and it's early, or am I thinking the opposite?
It's dark,
That you said
but
it just got
the
dark early.
stars aren't out. It's just if you've ever been in the mountains when the sun sets, it's
Okay.
just like you're in a shadow. So it's not like you can't really see. There's not stars out. Or if there are, they're just like really faint because the sun's up, it's just behind the mountain.
And then just a question from me, just so I know what Kyrian's thinking. Is it that the night sky itself is a little off, or specifically the drawing that Atlee made is off? Or is it a little both?
You're not looking at the night sky, but the drawing
Right, you
doesn't
said-
look. Yeah, the drawing doesn't
okay, so
look
it's the
like the
drawing.
night sky
That I'm used to.
that like, and you don't know exactly what it is because again, like you know where every star is supposed to be, but it's not. It's not. Something's wrong. Something's different.
Something's different.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best. How to handle that?
Thanks, partner.
I don't know how to handle it. The stars are different. Oh, yes. Look. Oh. Kyrian walks away. No, not normally.
All right. So, if you would direct your attention to the map, you guys are now kind of south-ish of where you're going, but I don't know how you guys are like. Show me on the map where specifically you want to go. What way? You want to go right into that forest? You want to make a decision. You guys can decide. But like then by the time we're done today, if we could maybe have okay, just draw some stuff. Yeah.
Is that what you guys were thinking of? I drew that and I don't know how to get rid of it.
You can just take you can change it to a cursor, and then you just click and drag, and it makes a box, and that'll select it, and you would be able to erase it if you wanted to.
Okay.
But you don't have to. I mean, figure out what you want to do.
Delete it. I didn't see delete it all.
I can delete it if you want to, but like, do we want to discuss it first?
Oh,
Actually,
yeah,
hit the
yeah.
keys.
So, see where that little spot is? That kind of where we're thinking about going? What do you guys think?
Seems good.
Any
Forest.
objections?
This is not my area of expertise. I go where you guys say.
I'm more of a water navigator, not so much earth.
What's you?
I'll look to Corlin.
Well, we were hoping that we would find like a little, well, to stable the horses at.
Shadowfen like a little town?
I thought that's
Um,
just the forest.
It's no, I mean it's a place.
Oh,
Town is it's a sure, yeah, kind of.
I mean, like they would have a stable?
Maybe somebody might have stables at least.
okay. Well then, hell yeah, let's just take that route, fucking go, and hit it.
And just to be very clear, it is not marked on the map like specifically where it is. It's just in there somewhere,
Yeah.
which Lyric you would know.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no clue where it is other than it is in this forest somewhere. But we might run into some elves and might be able to convince them to,
Mm-hmm.
show us the way.
An eye out for signs of life.
Yeah,
Sounds
and,
good.
and
Sounds
watch me
good.
back. Like they're not, like I said, they're not unfriendly, but they don't necessarily take kindly to strangers. We just have to be
Well,
careful.
That sounds like the definition of unfriendly, though.
No, that listen. Just don't. Let's not overstep our bounds. Let's try not to mess up their home, the forest. Let's be respectful. Obviously.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah, I feel like Corlin would break my kneecaps if I started burning down trees.
I really would do more than that. But it's nice that you think that's all I would do.
Oh no, I thought we were friends at least.
We are friends, but yeah.
Well, good to know where we stand.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Kyrian. If
Oh, no,
any
I
of y'all
get
did,
it.
if any of y'all did it, you know,
Yeah, we all have that one thing.
that one thing, I'm kind of like, it's like my whole shtick with the holy person thing,
There's nothing wrong with that. Lyrics is his clothes, mine is my ship, yours is the world.
It's not the world. It's just,
The earthy parts.
My clothes? What?
What?
I worship a goddess.
You do?
That's right, you do.
I'm a holy person.
What? Oh,
Well,
you're about as holy as I am.
I mean, that's. No, I think I might be more holy than you.
people worship in different ways.
Kind of smiles and squints at Lyric.
Got a fucking halo, man.
But that doesn't have nothing to do with
Kyrian will swing his fingers in a circle, and it's snowing, right?
Yeah, it is.
Or no?
It's warmer, but it's a light snow still.
So Kyrian will use shape water and make some bits of snow orbit his head.
Yeah, that's nice.
But no, but isn't the whole like Halo thing like your like bloodline and stuff?
Yeah.
Isn't that different?
Should we
Well,
walk and
yeah,
talk?
yeah, but my bloodline is celestial, and it is. I am basically. I mean, I actually don't really know or understand it that much, but from what I do understand, I am somehow my bloodline is chosen by Soon.
Well, yeah. Then I mean that's holier than any of us, really.
Kyrion's nose kind of crinkles up.
I mean, don't let this go to your head, lyric. But I mean, it's true.
I mean, I don't really know what that means or if I have any responsibilities because of it. And so frankly, it seems like it's a good thing so far. It could be a bad thing too, though. I don't
Well,
know.
Kind of what that sounds exactly like my situation.
Well, that is
well,
Like
To that
sounds
extent-
exactly
to that-
exactly like my situation.
to that
You were
extent.
chosen
that
by
is
a higher
fair.
power, not necessarily entirely of your own accord, and you're not completely sure how good or bad it is.
Oh, I'm much more sure that mine's good than I am that yours is.
Oh, nice. And Kyrian offers a fist bump.
Yeah. No, yeah. But yours seems all right too. I haven't noticed anything bad.
I mean, you haven't. Yeah, they seem pretty cool. I think.
I mean, it's not the between me, it's not. What's her name? The fucking the bitch goddess or whatever.
Don't talk about her.
It's not. Is it her?
Nope, it's not her. But we don't talk about her.
Well, she's like
She's-
number one
yep,
enemy
she
of
is-
mine of
She
soon.
is a scary thing, and
I mean,
I'm
we're not
near
on this thing.
water.
Yeah, we're fine.
there's water literally falling from the sky.
Okay, but it's not like the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in a cool.
What's
but in
up
a
with
cool
that
way.
though?
Okay, but like in a cool way, like not like bad guy like murder children, like bad guy like cleanse the earth of they who do wrong. That's pretty cool. Just randomly out of character. I'm assuming we're like walking and talking, right? Like we're not
Yes.
just standing still. Okay, cool.
Yes,
It
yes.
just dawned on me, I was like, are we
you
just
guys
standing at the camp?
have
Like-
had leftover stew for breakfast. I've already put you like lunchtime distance away from the road.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
this might be a bad thing that we're just sitting here like
No,
Nope,
Chat.
you're good.
walk and talk.
I don't know. I didn't mean to offend, Lyric. I just
No. I actually, I want to tell you something, and I don't know that I've told anybody about this, but I have like there's like a there's like a guy, right? Okay, so there's like this guy.
no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's-
It's not
Lyric,
like
Lyric, you don't have to be
Ugh.
afraid. Like you can always talk to me.
that. No,
I don't judge.
No,
Love is love.
no.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, no, but
I mean, Locke was my best friend forever, and I kind of helped him find that. So I mean, if you need to talk,
no, I'm all good in that department. It's
okay.
all good. No, this guy is he's dead, and he is my spirit guide, essentially.
are you making fun of me?
No. Wait,
How
what?
How is that making
No, he's
fun
not a
of you?
fucking babysitter, Locke. You know what? You go to hell, all right?
Hey.
So you're not
Have
talking
you-
about you're talking about someone who's not me.
What are you talking?
Are
No,
you
I thought I was the
spirit
only
guide?
about
dead.
you.
Thought I was the only dead guy around here.
No,
you're not dead.
No.
Oh,
no.
you mean like, and Kieran like points at his head.
No, he's not in my head. Well, I mean, I guess he could be in my head. I don't know that he's not in my head, to be honest with you. No. Well, I mean, it is true that only I can see him.
The chair guy.
It is the chair guy.
Wait,
Yeah.
is this the guy you were talking to? Is this the guy you were talking to whenever Locke walked by and you were just kind of talking to yourself
Yes.
when we like walked up? Oh,
Unfortunately, you all cannot see him, and I really wish that you could. He is quite the sight, actually. But
you
No.
sure you don't need that talk?
Hey, can't you just like disguise yourself and look like him and like,
Tyrion-
just show us?
Kieran, you saw where I grew up.
Yeah.
We're pretty open about,
X.
we don't need to have any talks.
I'm just checking. I
No.
want you to be happy.
No.
So like, when he talks to you, like, is he talking just to you, or is he like aware of us?
He's aware of you all.
Does he know things about us that we don't know, or that you don't know? Like, is he watching me right now?
What?
I don't know.
Does he
I'm
know?
trying to understand. You know what I mean? It's a lot to
You're
take in.
asking me if he knows something about you that
I don't know, like,
know.
yeah,
Mm.
like, is he omniscient? I guess.
Oh.
Like,
No, I don't get that sense. I get the sense that he is essentially what I am.
Okay.
Except for he lived his life. He actually died during a war
oh,
hundreds of years ago. And essentially his job, and I guess maybe my job would after I die will be the same thing. His job is to be my guide.
so he might be like your great 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 grandpa.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm lost again.
I don't think he's related to me. Well, I guess kind of in a way he is related to me, but that changes things in my mind, and I don't want to think about that right now. He's pretty hot. But that would make him like my hot cousin, and that feels weird.
That's weird. That's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not. We can't talk about that.
No.
That's a line. That's like one of the lines.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, next time he shows up, let us know
I mean,
if you're comfortable with that.
I get the sense that he is, kind of hanging around me most of the time.
What's his name?
Yuarin.
You are in. You out there?
Look around.
He's standing like, you see him kind of like appear from behind Kieran. Kieran's pretty tall. Yoren's tall, but not as tall. Like, he's like a hair shorter than you, Lyric, and I think Kieran is taller than you.
Kieran's a
So
big
he kind of
boy.
walks out from behind. He's looking at Kieran, kind of bemused.
You are in. You. Kieran's like
Did you
looking
need
up at the
anything?
sky, expecting him to like come down in a rain of thunder. Look.
No, sorry, Yuarin. We don't really need anything. I was
Oh,
just. Yes, he's here. I was just explaining us to them.
Of course.
Kieran kind of like tries to follow Lyric's eyes to where you are in this.
He's staring over your shoulder a little bit, like it's like he's looking at you, but not like just to the side of you in the wrong direction,
He like hops to the side, like
in front of where you are and is, or the other way.
the other way. Like he's afraid he's like on top of him.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Kyrian weirdly hops away from Yoren.
Yeah, no, I was just explaining the situation. Yeah, are we related?
I have not. I never had children. And my brother also died before he had any children, so not in a way that would make it weird, like I was your hot cousin.
Yeah, sick. Nice.
Hmm.
Tyrion, we're
what's
all
going on?
good.
Kyrian kind of like confusedly raises a hand for a hot, but then remembers that he's tall now and lowers it a little bit.
You're not that much taller. I
I'm
mean,
just
Lyric is
joking.
also very tall.
Kyrian's used to being 5'5", so this is
Oh,
still new for
no.
him.
Uh,
What's he saying?
I
Not-
I don't know. I'm not. I mean, I don't have anything to say. Where are you guys going? You're heading up to the mountains?
Yeah, I think so. He's asking where we're headed.
Cool.
Where are we headed?
Get locked, kid.
Well, I know that, but like, he knows that.
Shadowfen, and then the mountain.
Oh,
What is it
oh.
called?
Warren, do you know where Shadowfin is?
Yes.
Assuming that's a yes.
Oh,
Yeah. It's hidden. I mean, they're wood elves. They're just kind of private. It's yes. I think I can find it.
real animal
been there.
lovers, right?
They love animals.
So
They like their
if there were some
privacy.
horses, if there were some horses that like really needed a place to stay, they would be like, okay, we'll take them.
They're not mean. That they will probably ask for a reasonable amount of money.
That's fair. That's very fair.
I
Fantastic.
mean, just they're not mean at all. They just kind of like to keep to themselves. Is more.
Yeah, I mean that's I get that. People are not most of the time. People are disappointing.
I think that's kind of how they feel. Also, just I mean, elves are different. I mean, they live such long lives. They don't see things the way that people who have shorter. I mean, their perspective is just completely different than ours. So I think, I mean, just don't go in acting like you're the most important thing, because I think they kind of think of other people as being very concerned with how amazing they are and their possessions. And I think wood elves are a little bit more practical, but also artsy.
Cool.
It's I feel like you could appeal to them. Some kind of weird combination of you and Coralyn, basically. Because Coralyn definitely has the nature thing going, but you have the kind of artistic sensibilities.
Yeah, I like this like crossover event kind of idea. Let's do it.
So, yeah, I can help you find it. It's going to be, I think they usually have it sort of protected with illusion magic. And then also just really good camouflage on top of that. So, it'll take some doing, but I can definitely get you in in the right direction.
That is fantastic. You are in guide away.
All right. And he'll continue. The cart is at this point, you guys are off. The cart is difficult. You're off road. It is challenging to move around. And as you get closer to the forest, make sure, Kyrian, I don't think I remember to tell you this, make sure you mark off 1 ration for lunch yesterday.
Okay.
And then it's lunch today, so everybody mark off a ration. And you guys have so much, I mean, like, you got so many fish kebabs. You know, like, you're not gonna run out. I don't know if who has Locke, do you have the fish jerky on you? Who's got that?
Will do.
I think we were all just keeping our own
Mm,
rations on us because I had 2 weeks worth of
Mhm.
stuff on me.
When Kyrian did the whole destroy water thing, he split it up evenly.
So everybody's got, okay, I had forgotten about that. That's awesome. So everybody's got a lot of rations. This is good. I just wanted to make
Which-
sure that nobody was getting low.
Now's a good time to ask, because I
Mhm.
had a note to ask you this. So whenever I did that, I kind of used destroy water, and then I had to do like an hour of preparation to make it into jerky. Can I do that with animal meat potentially too?
For sure.
Okay, just for later, just in case.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
And I mean, whenever we're outside, if we don't have rations or if we are low, Coralyn can find food and water for up to like 5 or 6 people, I think.
Yeah,
And
and you guys
Kyrian-
have been, sorry, Kyrian, I'll get to you in a second, but you guys have been, that's why breakfast and dinner have not been an issue, because I'm assuming you make dinner and it's enough that you can then have breakfast the next morning
Yeah.
with the leftovers. Unless well, no, even if you roll poorly, it's just not going to taste as good. Like, it's just still going to be enough.
Yeah, Kyrian would also let Coralyn know if she ever ends up getting extra or anything like that, that he can do that. He can make it into rations. Just so that's out of the way.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, she wants to use every little bit, every part of the animal. So she makes sure of that.
And cue voyaging montage with Shrek music playing in the background.
Somebody
I was thinking more of that whole
Where's
I'm
the-
on my way
wait.
from misery to happiness to be.
Who'd we lose?
Indeed.
What about just Donkey asking, "Are we there yet?"
Oh
That's
no.
lyric. That's lyric.
Are we there yet?
All right. Yes, you guys, I mean, you get so you get to like right outside the forest in this little kind of cove there before you actually hit the forest, and at that point it would be 2, 3 in the afternoon. You got tons of time. So I mean, you tell me, I guess when you get there, Yoren would turn to you, Lyric, and just say, I think that we would be able to get there tonight by maybe 8. Even knowing where it is, it's difficult to find because of how protected it is. But is that okay?
Yes. 8? Is 8 okay, everybody? We'll get there at 8. That's fine. That's fine, Yoren. That's fine. Let's continue on.
All right. And so you guys, at this point, the cart is not feasible. You're in the forest, so it's up to you what you want to do with the cart. But
Oh no.
Set it on fire.
I will hurt you.
What? The cart, not the forest.
Yes,
You just not
Kyrian.
like-
Kyrian, when I was saying that we shouldn't mess up their home, I kind of meant like let's not leave a burning cot.
I wasn't saying leave it. I was just saying you don't. Okay, whatever.
It's a perfectly cart.
Why don't
Yeah.
we try to?
It's fine.
We could. Oh wait, Andy, what were you saying?
Nobody wants to let me do cool
Get
shit.
it over here so we.
Yeah, I mean that sounds good. You know, if someone steals it, then fine. If someone doesn't steal it, hey, our cart's still here. I think that's reasonable. Don't have to destroy anything.
Completely reasonable.
Basically, how we got the cart in the first place.
We destroyed. What
It
are
is
we?
so disappointed right now.
Oh my god.
Fine, I'm good.
It's like fine, make logic ruin it.
It's whatever. It's okay. We should leave the cart in the middle of nowhere just in case somebody decides they need a cart. It's cool. It's a good idea.
Why are you so angry about it?
I'm not angry. I'm fine.
We just exploded 2 bags of holding a couple of days ago. You need an explosion every day?
I'd prefer an explosion every day. Yes.
Oh
Is
my
that so
god.
wrong?
I lean over to Larry. I'm like, God, it's like Ildor all over again.
Did I hear that?
I'm whispering.
I probably didn't hear that. I'm focused.
I mean, we could try to like cover it and make it like blend into the forest, and then that way, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll just turn to Locke and say, you know what, Locke? I just want to say, just thank you for being a caster that isn't obsessed with fire.
Hey, I'm not obsessed with fire. I only have technically no fire spells. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd say you're welcome, except for my ice knife. I was trying to do, you know, that fire thing that Ildor did all the time.
Yeah.
I was trying to do that, and I got ice instead.
He also
Good.
breathes fire sometimes. So you know what? Whatever.
I will just turn around and walk.
if you guys are hiding the cart, I'm gonna have somebody roll. Man, I mean, there are
Tyrion will
things
do
it
it.
could be.
No.
I would say
I'll do it.
light it in a blaze of glory.
Tyrion, kick some snow at the wheel. Job well
Don't you
done.
get near this part.
I mean, survival, sleight of hand, deception. Man, pick one that makes sense for your character and tell me what you're gonna do.
Corlin will use survival and use like the fallen leaves or like branches and stuff like that.
Tyrion will help, but he will just stare grumpily at Corlin the whole time he's doing it. And like when he puts leaves on the cart, he kind of like flicks them, flamboyant, like really, really upset.
Fucking child.
I'm right here.
Yeah, I know you are.
I'm older than you.
Yeah, and you're
By a
acting
lot.
like a fucking child.
Just because you lost your childhood doesn't mean I have to lose mine. All right.
Lose my childhood.
I will hold on to my child joy for as long as I can.
What makes you think I lost my childhood?
You don't like to see shit explode.
We are very close to a forest.
And it's
I thought you was gonna say very close to me exploding.
I can make it rain. We'd be fine.
Can you make it rain? If it's not snowing, can you make it rain?
Yes.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, you think I didn't think it through? You think I was just gonna blow up the whole forest?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, you think very little of me, Corlin. And he kicks a little more snow on the cart and then he walks away. But if you'll allow it, that was my giving reluctant advantage to Corlin.
Oh man, that
Who's that advantage?
not a great advantage. Go ahead and roll a. That's not advantage.
He's gonna help. He wants to help. He's just being a bitch about it.
Roll
Everything.
advantage. Boy, do I feel bad at this. This doesn't feel good.
Tyrion feels bad too if it helps.
Good. I got a nat 20, so 23.
All right. The annoyance you feel with Kyrion's moody teenager act is slightly lessened by how amazing a job you do hiding this card. Like, you fuel your anger into your creativity and you create just this amazing camouflage. And if you didn't know it was here, you wouldn't know it was here.
Looks like it's gone.
Hey guys, where'd the cart go?
I blew it up.
Jeez.
It's magic. Okay.
Let's go
Okay,
find magical elves of the forest.
And so you guys kind of wander off.
Maybe they'll let me poke
Not
shit.
wander off. I mean, Lyric seems to know where he's going, which is weird because, you know, it's not. This is not his party boat. But then he's following you and kind of through the forest. And you guys get a ways in. Right around like 8 o'clock. And he starts like kind of stopping and looking around. And he turns to you and he goes, "Okay,
Go to the.
at this point it's going to be, I mean, everyone, if people could just look in this area, this is where it's hidden.
Everybody, look around. This is where it should be.
Should I like
You can, everybody
Find
can
magic.
investigate, yeah.
I can find magic?
Yeah, sure, you can do detect magic.
Would like to ritual cast detect magic.
All right, well, while I mean,
That's my
that takes
investigation.
10 minutes,
Is
yeah.
asked.
I will
Anyone else?
investigate.
Go ahead and roll investigate. It's fine, yeah, we'll see, but like for sure that would get you something, but let's see how people do.
I mean, if you
I'll
don't want
tell
to
you I'm
wait.
doing this for a very specific reason.
Hey, I got a
Okay.
21 on my investigation.
21. Guys, Lyric is
That's 19.
Lyric is an outdoorsman.
What do you know?
Who
Who would have
knew?
thought?
Just in really nice pants.
Yeah, he looks like he's. Well, go ahead. I know, he doesn't want to touch anything, but somehow he finds it more quickly than anyone else. Indy, what'd you get? Or for investigation?
Well, and I got kicked out of what do you call it?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. 1 second. Getting back in. There we go. Okay, or nothing is found. That's cool. All right, I'm just gonna roll regular.
Okay, and you just add your investigation is +3.
Yeah. 10.
Okay, Lyric, God bless you. You find it. Yeah, you're kind of walking around, and you know what it is? It's the you start to notice, I mean, you don't know trees, but you know trees. They just kind of like haphazardly, there's branches everywhere, and there's like some kind of rhyme or reason to it, but it's really, it's just trees. And then you start noticing like there are some trees that have some kind of like purposeful shape to them. And you kind of wander off a little bit. Not stupidly far away from other people, but you end up coming to quite by accident through an illusion into this area, which you know for certain is definitely like, this is not nature, this is nature with help. And it's just it's the touch of like cultivation as opposed to just wild and crazy that kind of leads you to it. And you're able to call people over to the area. And as you bring them over, as he's bringing you up in that direction, Locke and Talara, you would both immediately see through the illusion once you get close enough to it. But it was just like, it was hidden, and it was hidden until he got you in the right place. You guys kind of, I mean, it's up to you. You proceed onwards, kind of down that archway of trees. You, at this point, it's late at night. It's not daytime, so it's not lit the same way as it is in that picture, but this looks a lot more similar. Oh no. And you come around like a bend in the path, and it just kind of opens up into this, like, all of these really old, super tall trees that are incredibly healthy, and like nestled in each of them are these just beautifully lit, kind of artful looking dwellings that really kind of, I mean, they use the tree, but in a way that doesn't look like it's hurting it, Corlin. It looks pretty nice. Hey, it's cool. And that's right. It's as it is on the box. As you come around the corner, an arrow flies into the ground near enough to your feet that you, especially Kyrian, would recognize a warning shot. And then
hold.
See, several wood elves. They have darker colored skin, like dark brown skin, and interestingly enough, like spring green hair. And they've got weapons drawn but not pointed.
I'll just step forward and put my hands up and say, we come in peace. We mean you no harm.
Kyrian waves.
I will step to the front of the party, just making sure that if everybody was close together, I'll kind of huddle next to the closest person at the front, but be in front of them. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, like, you're kind of providing cover for the people in front. Sure.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And also putting Atlee in a little compartment where I would ordinarily keep a tool.
Oh, okay.
But just saying in Elvish. Oh Jesus, what do I say in Elvish? The same thing he just said. We mean no harm.
And then Kyrian says in Elvish, "What up, guys? How's it going?"
They kind of look a little perturbed at that.
Hey,
And then they kind of focus back on Kyrian, not Kyrian, on Lyric, and just they say the one in the front who appears to be in charge, just judging by, you know, maybe his posture within the group. You're good at reading people, social situations. He appears to be the boss man. But he says, of course, not many people just wander into our home uninvited. I don't mean to sound ungracious.
No, of course, we understand, and we mean you no inconvenience, and truly, we hope that our presence here comes at no cost to you all. Instead, we merely are looking for a place to stable our horses for the time being.
Okay. Roll persuasion.
22.
Okay. I believe, I mean, we could provide a place for your horses. It would, I mean, it would cost money, but we definitely have corrals and stables that we could use to house them. You're not unwelcome here. Just unexpected. Do you mind if I inquire as to, and all of this is in Elvish, I will say, if I inquire as to how you found this place?
I do not speak Elvish.
Well, then they would speak common to you.
Okay. What did they ask again?
How you found this place?
Oh, we were guided here, by a friendly spirit, someone of great honor.
We would appreciate it if you would use discretion in the future. We're not against interacting with the outside world, but we do like our privacy.
Of course. I mean, I am not familiar with traversing the forests by any means, and could not find my way back here again if I tried. So, but it is lovely, absolutely lovely.
They kind of smile. Well, please come. And you see that like people are putting away. Not everybody's putting the weapons away, but it's not in any way directed at you anymore. Like people kind of split off and go back to, you know, wherever they had been before keeping watch. It looks like. But the person that you are speaking to, kind of gestures to a couple of the other elves, and And they're not all the same color. You actually see like most of them are darker brown skin, but then there are some that have more like a copper tint to it. And then there is actually like one towards the back that is a shorter elf that is actually green skin. Um, so it's a variety. It just seems to be like brown is the predominant color. Um, so he kind of gestures and whispers something in Elvish to the smaller, uh, slender, kind of pale green skinned elf. And then another elf that kind of whispers to both of them. Um, hang on, I can do this. It's I'm looking up names, guys. Sorry. Uh, NPCs. Um. There we go. And he kind of extends a hand to you, Lyric, and says, "My name is Lam Ruiu. May I have the pleasure of knowing the person to whom I'm speaking?"
My name is Lyric.
And this is Aiduin and Lorsan, and he shakes your hand and gestures back to the other two elves. They will take you into town. Please, if there's anything else that we might do for you, do not hesitate to ask. We do have facilities for many things, and it is a long journey before, and dangerous one, if you do not mind my saying so, before you're going to reach any other civilized community.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate your hospitality. And if you don't mind me asking, if I, perhaps needed to find you, where do you spend most of your time? Do you work, somewhere?
Me?
Yes.
I am a member of the guard. I spend my time is split mostly between being on watch out at the perimeter and
Am I talking to the head
occasionally
honcho guy?
of this group, not necessarily. I mean, there'd be no way of telling
Okay.
one way or another just without asking. But he's definitely like in charge of this group.
Gotcha. Okay. Very well. Well, if I need to find you, I will just look for you here. And if I can't find you here, perhaps the barracks or something.
Yes, and sometimes I'm also on duty in town, but that is a little bit less less common. This is the more of us are sent out here for duty.
I understand. Yes, just wanted to, ensure that we know that we have a liaison here, if you will.
Absolutely. Well, they will. Aiduin and Lorsan will definitely be able to vouch for you in my stead.
Absolutely. I understand, and that will do. But just you seem to know what you're doing, so just wanted to ensure that we can find you if we need you. You seem to have I don't know, are you the captain of this watch?
The captain of the guards, yes.
Exactly. So it's just good to know. The captain of the guards, you know?
He at this point he's looking kind of bemused. I mean, he's not being mean about it, but it's just kind of an interesting conversation for him.
I just know that somebody of high stature would fill that position. So I just, it's good to know we have somebody here that we can trust, you know? Anyway, should we go into town?
Yes, and so the other two elves kind of break off and they'll take you guys into town. You approach the village that you see there. And it's hard to get perspective because there's more trees than there are in that picture. And they're very tall and it doesn't necessarily show the whole, like, you're not seeing all the way down to the bottom. You can kind of see, like, in the background some lights from the bottom of trees further back, but it is expansive. This is like kind of Lothlorien levels of nonsense. And they'll walk you back and kind of take you, introduce you to people to an extent. Just mention that you're coming to, stable your horses before you journey somewhere kind of dangerous. And if anyone asks, you get looks here and there, but not rude ones, just sort of, oh, somebody else is here. And they take you to kind of the downtown area, and specifically to a young woman with sort of paler brown skin, still brown. And she actually has kind of grayish hair. Doesn't look old. I mean, elves typically don't look old. So, it just looks like that's the color that her hair is. And you can see she's kind of got like a little flock of like kind of smaller animals sort of like wandering around her ankles as she's sort of tending to something at a workbench. And you are taken over. And oof. One of the two elves that is with you kind of calls out, Malone, we have some people here who are seeking to stable their horses. They're traveling up into the mountains. And she kind of she comes over. You notice that she starts walking over with a limp. And my high perception people almost instantly recognize she has like a wooden leg from the knee down on the left side. It's not subtle, like everybody's gonna figure it out eventually, but she appears to be like she's definitely moving the top of the leg like it's an actual thing that's attached to her body as opposed to just an inanimate object. But she kind of comes walking over with a slight limp. And she is, she's got kind of medium brown skin, almost like an olive tone to it. And then just bright green eyes and long, wavy, gray hair that's kind of, she's got like a a wrapped scarf around her hair, holding it back out of her eyes, so that she's not having to push it back out of her face. Um, Not like a headband. It's not like fully wrapped around. It's just to pull the hair back away from her face a little bit. Um, and she kind of smiles and, um, yes, of course. Hi. My name is Mahoney. What is yours?
Corlin, go, Corlin. Animal
You were the
stuff.
one.
Animal stuff.
You were the one who was just doing all the talking.
I don't know shit about animals.
Greetings.
Ah.
Yeah, she turns to Talar.
I am Talar. These are my friends. They are a bit shy.
Kyrian makes a weird face. I'm not shy.
Then you will not mind
She-
speaking. Kyrian, please.
My name's Kyrian, and he'll offer his hand, and he'll speak in Elvish.
She will, in Elvish, say, welcome. May the blessings of the Wild Mother be ever at your back. What can I do for you? Do you just need to house your horses, or is there something else?
Oh. I think that was our primary reason for coming, although I don't know about the rest of my group, but after seeing all of this, it's hard to leave. And Wild Mother, it's interesting you mentioned, do you all worship the Wild Mother?
She's common in this parts. She's not the only deity that we worship here. It's my personal preference.
We actually have,
There's no one faith that we ascribe to.
oh,
I will,
ah,
after they say that and they started this conversation about the Wild Mother, I would just quickly say, in Arudine Melora, just in my fanciest Elvish, which basically just means honor to the Wild Mother, blessing to the Wild Mother.
Corlin, you hear Melora. Even, I mean, you have no idea what else is going on. Something Melora.
Ellen does speak Elvish.
Oh, then you understand the whole thing. I knew you spoke Halfling. I was thinking that was the only language. So yeah, you understand what's going on here.
Yeah, no,
This is all
she
in Elvish.
speaks Common, Elvish, Halfling, and Giant.
Oh,
That was
you
my-
speak a lot of languages.
Yeah.
I was putting on my oldest, most ancient fucking Elvish, by the way. They might fucking know these they live a long time.
Right. So anyone who speaks Elvish can understand Talar. It just sounds like your grandpa's speaking Elvish.
Good day, and yeah.
Kyrian gives him a weird look.
He doesn't speak inner city Elvish.
Hey, it's not inner city Elvish, it's island Elvish, which is probably worse.
There are many
it's
followers
funny that
of the Wild Mother here, but there are other faiths.
Do you have a, I don't want to say a temple, because that doesn't quite seem your style, a place of worship for Melora?
We have a temple. You may
Oh,
have
lovely.
passed through it on your way here. It is not a building, but it's more trees. The forest itself has been sort of transformed over time into a cathedral almost.
Beautiful.
If you had passed through it, you would have maybe noticed just the shape of a lot of almost arches. It is from the direction, I mean, you came here from the kind of the southwest, and that is one way to enter into our home. And you would remember, like, the first place that you walk through, if you kind of think back in your head, Kyrian, and anybody else who's listening, right, that part of what caught Lyric's eye initially was that the trees were not growing just like tree shapes. They're kind of doing fancy things.
Mm.
And if you even look at that picture, it actually is like shaped to be like arched almost windows or archways kind of the whole way around. So you guys
Mhm.
walked in kind of through what they use for a temple.
That's beautiful. I don't want to take up much of your time because other people probably have more important things to say. But I was just a tad bit curious. Do any of y'all have connection, I guess, with other Elvish tribes across, you know, the greater world, as it were?
We communicate with others from time to time. And we mostly keep to ourselves and take care of our part of the world. We assume that that is mostly what they are doing in their part of the world as well.
Oh, that's
Is there
thank
anything
you.
in particular?
Oh, no. I mean, does the name Besa, the Besa tribe, mean anything to you at all?
I have not heard of the Besa tribe, but I've spent my whole life mostly in the Shadowfen, all on this continent. There are others who have traveled more than I have. I have traveled around this continent many years ago. I traveled around quite a bit, but I've found peace in these woods now, and I am happy and content to stay.
Yeah. Thank you. You should. Besides, I'm taking up time. You should really be talking to Corlin. Corlin is all about Melora and the amazing things that she does for people. She'd be a better conversationalist.
Don't sell yourself short. She kind of winks.
Kyrian kind of gives a half-hearted smile.
And she'll look over towards Corlin.
Coralyn's been kind of just standing there, like a kid who's really excited, but they're trying to like hold it all in. So she's just like kind of bouncing, like has her hands together, like, oh my god, there's a whole bunch of people who worship Melora. That's just great. I know you said like there's other religions here too, but like still like Almo's pretty great. Y'all are great. Like, oh my god. No, I don't want to. This is a lot. We just need to stable our horses because we're going up mountain. That's it. Uh, it's so pretty here. It's great.
It is. Please feel free to visit our temple, I guess, in a more meditative state. I realize you probably walked in not knowing where you were. Yes, I mean, I guess maybe it's a little predictable, but Melora and Shantea are kind of the two main faiths that we serve, though nobody is specifically prevented from observing other faiths. Those are just, we have people who focus on cultivating food and people who focus on cultivating our relationship with the forest that sustains us. And so that's just kind of naturally where we land. Here, and she kind of limps back. And as she's walking, these little animals are just kind of, they're bobbling after. It's almost like she's a mama duck. I mean, they're just following. They love her, you know. These little I don't even know. They're like, we're gonna say land squirrels. No. It's almost like
Capybaras.
no, gosh, no, this is not tropical enough for that nonsense. Those things. I mean, it's a fantasy world. They're about the size of guinea pigs, but their ears are too big. And their faces are like kind of a little bit more almost, I want to say shaped, teardrop shaped. Like guinea pigs have little fat round faces with little chubby cheeks. This is more along the lines of like a chinchilla, like where it's sort of teardrop shape and the nose is the point of the teardrop, but then they have also just these like big old like eyes that are way too big, and then these big little big old kind of oval shaped ears. So they're not, I mean, they're not a real animal. They're a fantasy animal. So and they kind of just, you know, they trundle on after her. And she goes into her house, and you see her kind of walk across, like, there's no windows. There aren't any windows in these houses. There is some kind of magic, maybe keeping it warm or preventing the elements from getting inside in a way that would, you know, wreck stuff, but it's mostly just open. So you can't, she wanders kind of in front of what would be the window. And then you hear kind of things kind of rattling around in drawers. And she comes back out again. And she has like a little thing in her hand, and she gives you, Corlin, it's not anything fancy, but it's just this rock that is just different. It's almost egg shaped. I mean, it's not perfectly round, but it's kind of taller than it is wide, or wider than it is tall, depending on how you're gonna hold it. And then like tied around it is like a leather strap, and from that leather strap is a bright green feather. And it's not a feather that you would see on a bird around here. This is like parrot green. Like it's the wrong climate for this feather. And she kind of says, I'm not old, but I'm old enough that my traveling days are, and frankly, lame enough, and she kind of taps the bottom of her leg, knocks on it, that my heavy traveling days are over and done with. But this, I feel, always brought me luck. And so if you are going to be running around this world, perhaps this will bring you the same luck it has brought me.
Oh, shoot, I'd be honored to carry that. It's so cute.
It was a gift from my great grandfather. And it's not just a plain rock. I feel like I forgot to the rock has like cool little like stripes of different colors of like gray and brown and white. Like it's kind of interesting looking rock, and then this feather, um, like I said, which is definitely not like from a bird that you have ever seen.
Well, I mean, I'm just some strange person just came in here. You didn't think, anyone else you actually know? I mean, this is family heirloom kind of stuff.
She smiles. I have a feeling. I have a feeling about you, and I can't tell you that this has any specific magical powers, but this feels right. And she kind of clasps it in your hand, and then like one hand underneath, and then the rock in the palm of your hand, and her other hand on top. So she's kind of um holding your hand in her own. And she kind of just pats on the top. This feels good, I think.
I think so too. Thank you.
Well, may the wild mother be ever at your back.
And yours too.
Let's see about these horses. And she'll kind of go back, and she just walks over to the horses and just kind of calmly approaches them in a way that the horses know that she knows what she's doing. Um,
Very differently from how
and
Kyrian did it.
yeah, and she just kind of gently, kind of, you know, wins them over one at a time, and is able to pull them around like the back behind her house. You can see, and she would be fine with you guys following along, but that's where she has this kind of shelter. And there's various different animals kind of bopping around in there, all kind of hanging out, doing their thing. But she has some larger partitions that she can use for the horses, and she gets them all kind of settled in. Peeves some baled kind of wild grass hay uh in for each of them. uh and she stops speaking in Elvish like when she's talking to the horses, because I mean, no, she doesn't, that's her native language. So those of you who speak Elvish, she kind of like promises them a treat later, and then kind of ruffles their mane a little bit and comes back over to address the group. I would be I would love to do this for free, but it would definitely be helpful if I could maybe trouble you for a little bit of uh money just to help pay for uh the hay and maybe other things. But they will be safe here.
Yeah. But whatever, of course. Yeah, hold on.
And she's not talking to you specifically, like she's in
I know.
common at this point. It's been for like a whole week is the thing.
We don't know how long we're gonna be gone. We just pay for a week just in case. Or wait, like a week's amount. Oh yeah.
That would be very generous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her this is very generous. This is more what even one of these. Thank you. And she kind of gives Locke a hug. Um, it's a good hug. She's a good hugger. Um, is there anything else that you all are, I mean, not necessarily something that I might help you with, but is there anything else that you might need before you leave on your journey? We do have, I mean, we do have resources here, and it is a long way to travel before you will find a large settlement if you're heading up into the mountains. Of course. I You can stay with me. It's the least I could do. Um, and she will, yeah, she'll invite you. It'll be cozy, but she's definitely got like some space that you guys could join. Um, and she's already got food around, so she kind of putters around and gets you guys fed up for the night. Um, yeah, we're gonna stop here. Um, it's around 8. Let me make sure nope, I have to change the time tracker. So it's around, well, is there anything that anyone wants to do before we stop this session?
Yeah, I just Corlin is actually gonna decline staying the night at her place. She's gonna go back to where I guess the quote unquote temple would be at, and she's going to hang there and spend the night there.
At the very end.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
at the very end.
No, I wasn't talking about your thing. I was gonna say something else.
I'm sorry.
You're good. At the very end of the night, Kirian's just gonna kind of like sheepishly kind of go up to her. I hate to bother you again. If there's time tomorrow before we leave, if you could introduce me to maybe somebody who, you said there are people who have kind of explored more of the world. If someone sticks out, that's all.
Of course.
But it's fine. It's fine if you can't. It's completely all right.
If you could give me some idea of where, I know you gave me a name, but if you could tell me, north, south, east, west.
Do you know
Just
where
so
Gersha is?
south. It's south.
Okay.
She does not. I rolled for that. She rolled a 3.
It's pretty far south of here, across the sea.
Is it Talar or is it? Did we also lose Indy? What's happening here?
Maybe
She
lost
going to bed.
Indy.
I'm here.
You didn't feel, yeah. Doesn't feel good. Need some sleep. Okay, that's fine. We're almost done. Sorry, Kyrian. Say that again because I got distracted by the boop.
It's real far south, across the sea. It's an archipelago, some islands all jumbled up.
Of course. You could talk to Solona. She has traveled across the ocean. I believe she has traveled to the Southern Isles.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
And she'll kind of like take you outside and, kind of point you in the right direction. Like she'll point at, so you point out Solona's house.
Thank you.
Of course, no problem. Anything else before we are done?
No.
Okay, then we will call it for tonight. Yeah, so you guys, I mean, yeah, do not need to do a watch because you are in a guarded and hidden community.